at 60,000, 120,000. Couple of 4s here for Galiana.
Raise 240.
Action is over to Girard. King, queen on the button. Girard working with 20 bigs.
Raise 580.
3 bets of 580 from Girard, who is out of Paris, France.
No, of course not.
Call 580.
Galiana makes the call. Ace, Jack, 5.
Check.
The 4s are best, but this type of texture here might favor Girard a bit more so than Galiana, him being the 3 better here. Let's see how he wants to proceed. I think it would be completely fine for him to bet this flop.
Yeah. 310.
There is the continuation bet, 310,000. Quick fold out of Galiana. And Girard strikes first. Appreciate everyone who is tuning in to this final table coverage. If you are watching on the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel, I mean, that's the most important thing, of course. Please do subscribe to the channel. Throw us a like on this video as well. Lots of tournament final table live streams coming to you all summer long from this brand new studio room here at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. Also got cash games on the regular every single Wednesday. Brian Oaken and JRB's hosted cash game will be taking center stage. Action folding here to Vierling in the small blind with King 6.
360?
Raise 360.
She comes with a 3x raise.
Call 360.
Luo comes along. He is the chip leader here, gets to play in position.
Check.
9-6-3 with 1 club. Vierling slows down with a check.
Oh, 550.
550 from Luo gets called by Vierling. She has the best of it with the pair of sixes. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Vierling checking once again. These pots are getting quite large early on. That one that Girard just took down, the first hand of the day, was 1.4 million. Of course, 3-bet pre-flop here. Given the action already, almost 2 million out there. And it looks like Luo's going to continue.
800.
800,000. Vierling does not look like she's going to shy away from this one. She's got those chips out there, and she puts them in to make the call.
Call. 800.
Keep an eye on Vierling's stack. 1.5 million behind. 3.5 million out there, and a river is another 6, giving Jess Vierling trips. Will she check again and try and set the trap once more for Luo?
Call it.
Vierling comes with a jam. She's going to bet her own hand. Quick fold out of Luo there. And he's out of the way. And a nice pot for Jessica Vierling. Vierling is a professional poker player. She's been around quite a while. You know, I would say that at least I've known of her for a few years. Born in Germany, now resides here in Las Vegas, and has been doing quite well the last, let's say, year and a half. Enjoys traveling, reading, trying new restaurants, gaming. I think poker falls under gaming to some degree. She's an absolutely fierce player at the table. A giant pain to play with. I know from firsthand experience. Lee here finds ace, queen off. Makes it 240. Action over to Galiana in the big blind. He finds a very nice looking king 10 of clubs. He makes the call. Ace, jack, 4, rainbow with a single club out there. Top pair for Lee. Galiana's got a gut shot to Broadway. He's also got backdoor clubs. He checks.
Yeah. 180.
180 is the bet. Galiana's going to peel here. Another ace on the turn. This is an important card. Not only does it give Lee trips, but it makes it so that Galiana cannot win this hand unless he somehow gets Lee to fold. If Galiana were to hit a queen here, that would of course fill up Lee. Vincent Vega in the chat saying, didn't he just win a bracelet last week? Yes, Galiana did win a bracelet last week, his second bracelet. So he is having quite an impressive summer. Just over $1 million in the middle. 2.4 back for Lee. That's the effective stack in this one. $445 and a quick fold from Galiana. And Lee takes that one. So a couple of early losses here for Galiana. He played that 3-bet pot right out of the gate against Girard with the 4s. Had to give that one up, and then they're giving it up on the turn. Lee grew up in Germany, but currently resides in Korea. Formerly a musician. He finds a very pretty looking ace-10 of spades.
Yep. Raise 2-4.
Raise and take it there for Lee. Quiet bunch as well, other than a few announced wagers. Haven't heard them say much at all at this table. A couple of 5s for Vierling.
Raise 2-4.
Lee's going to defend his big blind here with king 9 off. And look at this flop, king 9-5. It's as if we scripted it. Top 2 for Lee, bottom set for Vierling. Buckle up. Vierling is going to continue here, very small, 160 into 660. Not only does she flop a set, which is of course an incredible spot to be in, her opponent connects, and she's got the best set in my opinion, because when you flop bottom set, you unblock all that top stuff that your opponent can connect with. Lee comes with the call, 10 of spades here on the turn. Another check here out of Lee. And I don't know the experience that these two players have playing against one another, but if they did play with each other in this event, I would lean to guess that Lee has an idea of how Vierling plays, and she can certainly get after it and be extra aggressive. So for him, you know, he's sitting there probably thinking, oh, I got her. She's going to go off in this spot. Little does he know, she's sitting there with the goods, bottom set.
Yeah. 800.
Vierling sizing up here, close to full pot. 800K. I thought that was about to be a fold. what was that? Lee taking his time here. Can only imagine this is a decision between call or jam.
Call.
And he's going to come with a call. We'll look back at our cards for Vierling. Yes, you have those 5s. 8 on the end. Locks this one up for Vierling. $2.58 million out there. Lee's got 2.4 million behind. Is he going to do what Vierling did a few hands ago and just bet his hand here on the end? Or is he going to check and, at least in his mind, try and trap his opponent? He does come with check.
Yeah.
Vierling with a big bet here. She did not say all in.
How much?
1,009,500.
1,095,000. I thought she would go a little bit larger here.
No, 1.95. Yeah. 1,900,000.
Oh, 5, yeah.
5,000.
1905, right?
1905.
Thank you.
1,905.
Lee in the tank here. You know, now Lee's giving me vibes that he's not thinking of raising it all here, and he is genuinely concerned about hands that could possibly beat him. Of course, with this sort of run out, I mean, a king 10 gets there. There are, of course, straights present. Is he trying to figure out any sort of value hands that he might beat here? You know, would Vierling continue blasting with ace king, king queen, king jack, aces? Does she have bluffs? For example, Miss Diamonds. And look at that. He has the discipline to lay it down. That is an excellent fold there on the end from Lee. Some damage was done, yes,
Thank you.
with the prior streets, but did save himself a nice chunk of chips on the river by putting that 2-pair into the muck. And even without the river bet called, a very juicy pot for Vierling as she soars up over 6 million in chips.
Yeah, 40-30.
5-5, 40-30.
40-30 is, yeah. So if he scores his ball, 5-5. 5-4, yes.
I assume you meant about 2 million.
Sorry, if Alcaraz wins this game,
Oh, I assume you meant to bet 2 million.
Yeah, if Alcaraz wins
Yeah.
this game.
Also, listen to that. Vierling did mean to go a little bit larger, as long as she's being honest with it. I think that was a genuinely honest
Yeah,
response, that she meant to
I'm
bet
still a
2
little
million
nervous.
on the end, which makes more sense, given where the pot size was at, given where Lee's stack was at, and of course, given her hand wanting to get as much value as possible there. So
240.
seems like a little bit of a misclick, but nevertheless,
you got a blue chip in the bottom.
works out for her. She wins the pot.
Yeah.
Firmly in second place now.
That one, yeah.
And she's going to get right back to work opening the ace-8 of hearts.
Except if you want to bet 1 million or 5. 1 million, 9 or 5.
That makes sense. Second round.
Call 240. Heads up. Check.
Girard calling with dominated hearts out of the big blind. 8,
5-5.
7, 5s. Top pair for Vierling.
$240.
240.
$240K announced here from Vierling. Really not much there for Girard to work with. Doesn't even have backdoor hearts. Just about as far from this one as you could imagine, and understandably into the muck it goes.
Yes, sir. Mine's up, guys.
It's 2 in a row now for Vierling as she continues to climb, now up over 6.8 million.
75, 150.
This event began with 1,051 entries. These are the final 7 players that you are looking at on your screen. Guaranteed a little bit over $43,000 for reaching it this far. Up top is just shy of 213,000. Last night, before reaching the 7-handed streamed final table, Daniel Smilkovic busted in 8th place. He collected $34,000. We also lost Brian Hastings in 13th
I just had a set of 5s.
for $18,000, and Andrew Moreno busted in 28th
For the king.
for $7,700.
300.
You'll see it later.
It's kind of an interesting lie to make if it's
No,
going to be shown on
honest.
screen. No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why
it's a
would I
good
lie?
lie.
Why would I
Yeah,
lie?
no, that's why I'm
There's-
saying. Like, I don't think she would lie. I don't think she
I
would
think
lie.
there's no point in lying on
Yeah,
it.
exactly. I don't think she would lie.
So yeah.
Someone's going to lie now.
That's why he says that.
Someone's going to lie now.
Next to stack.
Just for fun. I had aces against you. No, that's a lie.
Me?
Call. Heads up.
Players don't lie on stream. I mean, I've seen plenty of players lie on stream all the time. I mean, this is poker after all. These people aren't out here willingly telling the truth. Josh Reichard finally gets involved here. Blinds are up to 75K, 150K. He takes the king deuce of clubs upstairs for a min raise. Metalidi defends and flops top pair. Josh is going to continue here for 200K with his bottom pair. Backdoor clubs. Check call there from Metalidi. Three hearts on the turn. Check, check. We see the 9 of clubs complete the board on the river.
And knows having super tight break.
Yeah, no problem.
6-6. $325.
325 is the lead here from Metalidi. Reichard in the tank here. You know, I don't think knowing Josh's style, the way he can certainly ramp up the aggression when you least expect it. I don't think a raise is out of the realm of possibility. I don't think a call is out of the realm of possibility. Of course, could also see him just laying this one down. He does ultimately give it up. But yeah, if you're unfamiliar with Josh Reichard, he can get a bit wild. He can really put the pressure on his opponents. He's a very fun player to watch. He is also a former MSPT champion. King 8 suited for Galiana here.
Raise 300.
He makes it 300K. Action now on Lee with ace queen. And now that the blinds are up to 150K big blind, Lee's got 15 bigs, so certainly could see him just 3-bet jamming this one. Good enough to go with.
$1,700,000.
1.7.
So there's one of those committing 3-bets. 1.7 million announced. A little over 600K behind. for Lee. Quick fold out of everyone, including the pre-flop raiser Galiana, and Lee takes that one. He's back up over 3 million in chips. Appreciate everyone who is tuning in to what at least feels like a very early final table. I'm fully on the poker player schedule during the summer, and having the stream go live at 12 noon feels like morning still. I know it's not, but it feels like it. Final 7 players here from a field size of more than 1,000 entries. $1,600 buy-in. Almost $213,000 up top. For those of you watching in the chats, let me know where you're watching from.
Come on.
And Luo gets a walk there. The Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel recently surpassed 8,000 subscribers, actually surpassed 8,100. So the road to 10K is alive and well. If you haven't done so already, please do subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live channel on YouTube. You can just go to youtube.com. You can type in Venetian Poker Live and then hit that subscribe button. I see Massachusetts, Fremont, Ohio, Argentina in the house, Watertown, New York, San Francisco, Scranton. I see you, Jason Zambricki. Always a pleasure having you around. Norway, Dallas, St. Louis, Missouri, England, Seattle, Utah. Watching from the Paris Hotel floor. Okay, thanks for tuning in. Action here over to their chip leader, Luo. Jack 10 offsuit in the small blind.
Do you have another step? Okay, sorry. That's 2 steps.
4,050,000
Thank you.
total.
All in.
All in.
And Luo just comes with a jam here. Effectively 28 big blinds into Galiana's stack. 4-3 offsuit for Galiana's not anywhere near the calling range, so he's quickly out of the way. Would like to remind everyone that the Deep Stack Championship Poker Series is running right now at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. Nearly $21 million in total guarantees. Buy-ins for every price point, from $200 all the way up to $5,000. There are 9 live-streamed final tables. This is the first of those 9. So this truly is a series you do not want to miss. Just come on down to Venetian. I recommend parking in the Palazzo parking garage. And then once you get into the elevators, there's a button. It's the top button. It says Poker Room on it. You go up there. You're about 100 feet from getting into this luxurious poker room. Kicking off today here at Venetian is another MSPT event. $1,100 buy-in, $1 million guaranteed in the prize pool. It has 3 starting flights. Today is the first of those 3. So starting flight today, 1 on Monday and 1 on Tuesday. Final table of that event will be streamed right here from this studio on Venetian Poker Live on Poker Go on Thursday, June 12th. So if you want to take your shot at a very, very juicy prize pool, play in an incredible room, and have a chance at some fame on stream by making the final table, come on down to Venetian and play that $1,100 MSPT event. Luo here just gonna exercise his power as the big stack, 10-5 suited, puts it in, gets 2 folds from the blinds. And he is back up over 10 million. Luo started the day with
Look like 4-0
the chip lead, had over 11 million, dropped down below 10 million after losing a pot to Jessica Vierling, but didn't slip out of the top spot on the leaderboard, and is now back to 8 figures. Luo grew up in Madison, Wisconsin, but currently lives in Philadelphia. Has a profession in finance. Enjoys running, singing, tennis, and chess. $1.88 million in winnings before this score on hendonmob.com. Over on Poker Go, I see Syracuse, Lexington, Kentucky, Dallas, and Germany. Back in the YouTube chats, I got Wisconsin. We got Austin, Texas. Just played at Venetian last week. How was it? Wondrous ATX. Let me know.
Just don't look.
Josh Reichard now kind of starting to trend down, get near that danger zone. He's got 12 bigs, less than 2 million in chips. Hasn't been all that active. Did try and get involved one time with the King Deuce suited. Was out flopped by Metalidi. Ended up losing that one, folding to a river bet. But other than that, he's been quiet. Is tied for the lowest VPIP. Him and Metalidi both at 8%. And if I know Josh, it's probably killing him that he's got to sit there and just fold, fold, fold. But sometimes that's just how it goes. That's what the situation calls for, especially at the final tables where the money is the largest, the pay jumps are the biggest. Current pay jump that these players are on is right around 12K. Guaranteed 43,300. Next spot is 55,100.
Thank you.
Action here over to Lee in the small blind. He's got 8-4 offsuit. So Lee is going to take this fairly trash hand here and just come in with the raise right away, try and win it right now with some aggression, 375K. Girard is in there with a dominating Queen 8. Six, 5, 5. Gut shot for Lee. Let's see if he wants to continue to apply pressure to his opponent.
$225.
There it is, 225. Quick fold out of Girard. Luo here with an ace. Would expect him to come in with a raise here.
$300.
Action over to Girard here, who finds ace jack. He's in the small blind. Working with right around 15 bigs.
All in.
There's the jam from Girard. Quick folds out of everyone. Jason in the chat said, "Let's go, Josh." Wondrous with his feedback said, "Solid action, certainly. Different styles of play from Vegas compared to Texas players. Texas players are just too reckless." So what you're saying is Vegas players are better than Texas players. That's what I got out of that.
$300.
King Queen for Luo makes it 300K.
Josh, you have like 2 million?
Yeah, just under. Like 1 point.
Thank you.
1.85.
No action for the chip leader.
So he won.
Big table.
Yeah, big thing.
Action folds to Vierling in the small blind. She's just going to give a walk to Luo once again.
Don't want to be disappointed.
Couple of walks given to Luo now, and it's of course tricky for Vierling.
We're
Yes,
getting-
she
we're
does
getting
have
there.
a
We're getting
fairly deep stack, 40 bigs to work with, but
Take a few orbits.
Yeah.
she is in a tremendous position to be able to work her way to three-handed play and possibly even heads-up play, given the stack distribution right now. So really no need to get involved unnecessarily against Luo, especially when he does have position on her. 300 on the button from Vierling. 10-8 of spades. Galiana in the big blind here.
Oh, heads up.
He defends with his king 6. Heads up here to the flop. Feel like it's been a minute since we've seen a flop. Ace 4-3 with a couple of clubs.
Check.
Galiana checks.
$225.
$225 is the bet from Vierling, and that gets it done. Seems to be a lot of chatter across all the different chats about the cautiousness of the play. I think this is just very much par for the course at these final tables. Some delicate ICM spots do require careful maneuvering. Luo can really just kind of do what he wants at this point. Now, of course, the other players are going to play their ranges a bit, but, you know, at times, like that right there, Lee under the gun, ace-8 suited, just puts it in the muck, opting to take the conservative approach. And I know from an entertainment standpoint, you know, it might not be the best thing, but I don't think you can fault the players for approaching things this way, because in their shoes, this is often what is going to make the most money in the long run. So you got to do what you got to do.
All in.
Well, I was just going to jam this ace-6 of diamonds. Reichard finds queen-jack off. In the muck it goes.
Good luck, everybody. Next deal
Thank
is
you.
coming
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dealer change here as we get a look at the chip leading stack of Brian Luo. Beautiful chips here at Venetian. These tournament chips are incredible. I'm a sucker for a good chip set, especially when the colors are very distinct from one another and they really pop. Absolutely love that. You guys better behave in the chat, or we're just gonna have to start throwing out the band hammer. We don't need to get heated out there. You know, we can have some fun. We can debate things, the different merits of the styles of play, of course, but let's not go too crazy with things. It's still early, okay, you know, as well. But I don't really need to start my day with this. Wow, ripping in here with 9-8 suited, just applying max pressure, and this is putting Galiana in a spot with ace-jack. Galiana working with 22 bigs. He's just going to give it up. The short stack of Reichard behind him working with 10 bigs. A reason why Galiana there is just not willing to gamble it up with the ace-jack. Luo opens the min, 7-6 off. And Girard finds queen jack suited. Would certainly expect him to play this one. Girard does defend 7-4-3. Normally this is the type of board that you would think would connect with a big blind defend range in quite a few spots, but here it's Luo smashing this one. Top pair, it's got that 6 working for a gutter as well. Girard giving it up there. And the rich get richer as Luo climbs up over 11 million. That's where he started the day. He's definitely in the driver's seat now. Raising at will. Just open jamming, plenty as well. King 10 here. I mean, just going to continue to stay on the gas, so you can't fault the guy one bit. This is exactly what you want to do as a chip leader, and it's refreshing to see that Luo is getting after it as he should.
Let's do it this way.
No takers, so more
It's
chips.
so slick how you do this.
What's that?
So slick.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Maybe the cards change.
And big blind, right? Yeah.
Kings for Galiana. I'll tell you what, he's not going to be folding this one. Lee finds an ace-5 suited. Into the muck it goes. Action over to Vierling in the big blind, Jack 10 for her. Here's a min raise from Galiana. She defends. Ace, Queen, Jack. Vierling comes with a check. Galiana checks back. Four of clubs on the turn. Another check from Vierling. We might just see this one check down as these players take a cautious approach. Seven of spades completes the board on the river. Both have showdown value. Galiana's going to try for some value here. 225. Target a hand exactly like Vierling is holding. A jack can also target a queen here.
King.
And she knows. You hear Vierling there mumbling under her breath that she thinks she's supposed to call. Good fold by her. Personally think it's going to be hard to find some bluffs there in that spot from Galiana. I mean, of course there are some, and he's a capable player, yes, but I think that's a good laydown. You know, he'd have to be turning something like 8s, 9s into a bluff there. Girard makes it 300 with King Jack. Couple of 4s for Vierling.
No.
She's out of the way with those 4s. Luo here is in the big blind. Could defend, take a shot. I mean, he's got the chips, yes, but also, you know, I wonder if there's other, other ideas here with this type of hand. So this queen 6 off, a little bit too disconnected to maybe want to defend. So toss this into the 3-bet fold bucket. Of course, this looks very strong. Now it is the chip leader, yes, but he hasn't been very active in the form of 3-betting a lot. 3-betting out of the big blind seems strong. His sizing to me looks pretty strong, like he's not going to fold here if you do jam on him. If you're in Luo's shoes, to some degree you can leverage that queen as a blocker to some good hands for your opponent. And there is the fold from Girard. So a well-timed 3-bet there from Luo. And with that, we are going to go on a short break here at the final table. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so don't go too far. Get another coffee, grab a snack, whatever you got to do. We'll be back. Brian Luo, current chip leader, more than 12.2 million in his stack. Josh Reichard, he's got some work to do with 10 big blinds. See you guys soon.
Once again, shout out to everyone who's tuned into our stream tonight. One final time, please. Hit subscribe on the Venetian Poker Live channel.
Yeah. Just give me the pot every time.
Expand our reach. Make sure everyone knows about this game. This massive game happening every Saturday on the Venetian Poker Live channel and on PokerGo.
And, right, if there's any millionaires or wealthy people, affluent people that want to come play, JRB said, look, you show up here with 50K, 100K.
How many raises are you going to make?
Maybe we can get you in the game.
You can DM me on Twitter or find a way to contact Venetian Poker Live on social media. We will pass along your contact details to JRB as we see
You're ahead.
a massive pot building here. Brittany all in for 37,600.
We can't even plug the channel.
No. We go 2K, 11, 27.
Today I'm very lucky.
And now we are all in 77,000.
Always the queens.
Queens for the queen.
Running it twice. King 7-6.
We're doing it twice.
That shot
no,
here
please
for
don't put the 8 out there.
JRB.
Please don't. No 8, Brittany. Please, no, just no 8.
Jack of hearts is okay.
9 on the turn. Additional
No
rounds for
8, no
JRB.
9, no 10. Okay? No 8, 9, 10. No
He's
8,
lying.
9, 10.
Don't believe him.
No, come on, don't do that to Brittany. She's so lovely.
River card. The 6 of hearts.
That's
That's a really, really bad card for me.
Lots of
Really
JRB's
bad
outs
card.
being mixed there. The 6-7, 2
Hearts,
hearts,
two
a
hearts.
9.
Squandered.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, second board. Oh, look at this. 7, 8, 4.
Every hand's a
I
split.
got a chance. The sixes.
Jack or a 6
Oh, my
now.
sixes.
sixes are
Oh,
gone.
JRB to split it.
no.
6 outs.
Six is dead.
Jack's out.
No jacks,
You
though.
can hit a jack.
We're all wild.
Lots of jacks left.
can have
Lots
a
of
jack.
jacks. Lots of jacks left.
Three of spades, not
Lots of
gonna
jacks
do it.
left.
Okay, chop it.
Put like a
How much, Brittany?
Black 4.
All right, river card. The 10 of diamonds.
Needle.
And Brittany
What
is going
a
to double
needle.
through JRB.
He's gotten a
Not
couple
even
small
my
bluffs
worst
through,
quiver
but now
ever.
he's got a real hand.
Messed that game up so badly. Can't believe I didn't call Peter with an ace there. That was crazy.
And Isaac looks interested.
但输了勾我们不是大概率更没勾
He
了
had a。spade block.
I had 9 that hand.
没想到
I had 9 that
而
hand.
且
And I had a
我
spade
前
block.
不到你的。
And JRB in the straddle with ace queen of diamonds makes it 15,000.
Those blockers don't mean shit to me.
Oh, baby. Peter, with that look in his eyes,
They got the flush. They got the flush.
like I'm coming after
The
you.
full house.
Oh, yeah. So what else you got left there, JRB? Because I'm going to put it all in
33.
there.
33.
The excitement from Peter here.
King Jack, huh? Okay, okay.
That's
King
30.
Jack up.
Peter being a little meticulous here with his bet
God
size.
dang it, really?
Puts in 32,000.
Peter,
Easy one
Peter-
for Isaac here.
Peter gets the action, doesn't he?
JRB knows he's...
He's
He knows he's putting it in. He doesn't know how good he is.
Why, you have a big hand? Yeah, obviously.
Nice.
All right, running it twice. 100,000 in the middle.
Ooh, I know.
JRB versus Peter.
What are you gonna do?
It looks worse than it
Nice
is.
hand,
JRB does have a pretty good hand here against kings.
All right, can JRB find an escape here to get his money back?
Yeah.
First flop, let's see it. And there's the diamonds.
와.
When
King
you
of
run it
diamonds.
twice, you always want to win the first one, Remco.
Yep.
That's not good too.
Not at all.
And there's the diamonds. Peter looking for a king or a 4 to make a full house. Otherwise, JRB will be free roll on this hand.
4. Come on, make it fun. Fun for the viewers. 4. Oh, unlucky, unlucky.
这会还要发个 ace 出来。
Unlucky.
He's needling as he wins.
還有 ace， 還有 ace，
No ace。
還有 ace，
你選 ace， 那都可以。
還有 ace.
Can he
There's
do it
still
twice?
aces, that's what he said.
Yeah.
There's still aces.
哦哟，还好。
Jack 8-5, 2
Chopper
clubs.
good, I'm very happy. Gao Xing with the chop.
Chopper
Chopper Gao Xing.
chopper.
Chopper Gao Xing.
Diamond.
Happy with the chop.
Chopper.
Ace!
Oh my
gosh,
gosh. It
come
hurts
on,
so
dealer.
bad.
Oh, man.
Bullshit. Okay, never come back Venetian again. The host of the game, that's how we run.
JRB with the miracle pull
Unlucky.
How's that
wins 2 boards with
What
ace
happened to
queen versus
JRB of old that
kings.
used to always get all the bad beats?
Oh
Now
Oh
I'm the
my
lucky
God.
fucker.
We got ace 3 of clubs checking in the straddle, so there's a lot of formidable hands here going to the flop.
What is quit
Is there a quit button in there?
Jack 7-6, PP flopping the nut flush draw. We got Isaac bottom end of the open-ended. Jack top pair for Nick. Once again, lots of customers here potentially.
Yeah, multi-way pots. You got to just tread carefully. That's my best advice. Tread carefully.
13.
Well,
Raise to 13.
No care enacted as PP makes it 13,000 immediately. Action back on Isaac.
So here, Isaac, when he bet on the button, it's like, yeah, I have an up and down straight draw. You have a 5 high. Maybe I just want to try to win the pot. But when you're up against all these people and you don't have much else to go with it, you might just want to have checked. But he gets check raised here, and now he's going to see the turn. And he's got decent equity, but he's not going to feel comfortable unless he hits a straight. A 4 or 5 is not going to feel good.
Wow, 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Wow, say wow again.
Wow.
Because this is a huge card. Because PP's not slowing down here. PP check raise the flop as a bluff, right? So he's just going to keep blasting. And look at Isaac's poker face here.
24,000 is the bet. Isaac has 112 left on the turn here.
So you just ask yourself, do I want to trap and slow play?
He does
Keep their range open?
Right. He just makes the call. Looking to fade a club. 7 pairs on the river. Less than a pot-sized bet left here for PP. Now, does he want to surrender? Does this man look like someone who surrenders? He's got the Richard Mill on the wrist. An indication, perhaps, of his
Richard
willingness to
Mill.
bluff.
Yeah, I'm just messing around. Richard Mill on the wrist. Watch as I grab my chips.
And here we go. 45,000 is the bet. And the quick call from Isaac, who wins $171,000 pot.
Holy shit.
Wow, man. Wow. I mean, these just happen so fast.
Chips are flying. Waiting for those graphics to catch up here. A6-3 on board.
Oh my God.
Wow.
This is what
This is
we're
not real.
watching for Peter. This is disaster.
Oaken makes the call, and we've got 2 pair versus 2 pair.
Could this night be going any worse for Peter?
The 9 of spades on the turn. And some eagerness here from Peter, who just casually tosses out 25,000. Is this a situation where Oaken must think, well, if Peter has any ace, can I get him to call a shove here?
It's a spot where you just keep calling, because if he's bluffing, you let him keep bluffing. And if he has whatever, like he has, he's going to keep betting.
Oh.
So,
And Oaken moves all in on the turn.
Oh, Peter just got to feel sick, but I mean. you
Oh,
got
he makes the
two
call.
pair. Yeah.
237 in the middle. 2 pair versus 2 pair. And Peter can only laugh at how unlucky he's been getting.
Yeah, I mean, geez. What can you do?
Youngster, 2 times.
Awful.
2 times here. And Peter with only 2 outs.
Gross. Gross.
What a disgusting turn of events for
Tough
Peter.
day for him. First, I
2 pair versus straight.
Oh, nice.
Now 2 pair versus 2 pair.
陷进去。
A9就好了。
I got no words, Remco.
I mean, I'm speechless.
Sometimes it's just one of those nights. Nothing can go your way.
封边顶马。
3。
First river card incoming. The deuce of hearts. Ooh, that was
葡萄还
close.
真的有什么？
Wow. Oka now free rolling. Peter still with only 2 outs. Needs to hit a 3
白毛毛。
in order to get his money back here.
3。
7 of spades and
4.
Brian Oken will double the 238 as Peter takes another massive hit. Probably picking up some new followers tonight.
24. Oh.
Peter makes it 2,400 with 5-4 of spades. Quite a few nice hands for deep stack cash play here.
Oh yeah, suited connectors always play pretty good. They play a little bit different when you're playing limped pots because the ranges are wider, but the king 10 of hearts you like to have too.
Look at this.
Holy crap.
3, 4, 5, 2 hearts.
Holy crap.
Isaac flops the 7 high straight. We got the hard flush draw for Oken. We got 2 pair for Peter. I need a seatbelt.
Yeah, Peter's already itching right here. I can tell. Look, he's crawling out of his skin thinking about how he's going to get a bunch of money in here.
This is unbelievable. This flop is hitting 3 players extremely hard, and the stacks are super deep.
And this is really cool. I love seeing all 3 players with the biggest hands lined up in that last camera shot because everyone is trying not to give off anything.
And Oken with a monster draw.
Yeah, that's a good call there with the king 10 of hearts. You can be dominated by some ace x of hearts. You'd really, yeah. So let's see a turn.
It's the king of diamonds, and Oken hits top pair. Now, this is actually quite almost like troublesome for Oken because he's going to pay a much bigger price now to see the river, even though his pair outs are dead. He can just hit a king for trips, and that's also not going to do anything.
Yeah, well, what might save Oken here is being in position and what happens with Peter and Isaac. Because if there's a big bet and a raise, you undoubtedly know your flush draw is in bad shape, equity-wise. Peter should be a little more cautious here, but with 2 pair, you know, whatever. But think about, just look at the board. 3, 4, 5, 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. What are all the hands that exist?
Peter bets 40,000, and Isaac, with the straight and the flush draw, now has an insane spot.
Yeah, you got the monster of all monsters you can call here, trap, keep Oken in, let Peter keep betting into you, which is typically okay, or do you get a little excited early and you just force the action? What I was saying about Peter, though, if you think of all the hands that exist, ace deuce makes a straight, 6, 7 makes a straight. There's all these equity flush draws. So when you have all these people in the pot, you got to be cautious that, you know, there's sets, there's straights, there's all these other hands. Even though you have 2 pair, it looks better than it is, really. Especially when you see a guy grabbing 150K in black chips. Brown chips, excuse me. Holy crap.
And Isaac moves all in. Oken with the snap fold. And Peter makes the call. We have 362,000 in the middle, running it twice. Peter looking for a 4 or a 5. And the 5 of diamonds has been folded.
6-7 with the diamonds redraw.
Isaac
so rough.
In a crazy good spot.
Wow. You had hearts?
King 10 of hearts.
Running it twice.
And I think that's a spot where Peter just needs to think a little bit more.
We beat the record of biggest pot in Venetian Poker Live history.
Let's go.
By over 100,000.
Let's go.
Matt Berkey, move over. We got a new captain in town here.
It's not over, though.
It could be chopped. Okay, fair. I'll give you that. 259 was the previous biggest pot, Wasserson versus Berkey. Right now, running it twice. First one.
Oh my God! I thought that was 4 of clubs for a second.
First one goes to Isaac. He now on a free roll. River card. Queen of clubs. It's a scoop. Isaac wins the biggest pot in Venetian Poker Live history, $362,000. What a crazy, crazy hand.
0.2?
At that point, if you're still in the Squid Game, you might as well start shoving because you got to win one eventually.
And it's heads up between Boots and Nick right now?
Yeah, I did announce it actually.
Yes, you did. Okay, good. It's
And
a
Nick
courtesy
here trying to
announcement,
get
by the
out
way.
of the
It's not
Squid Game by
required for the
making it
viewers to say that,
5,200
but
with 6-2 suited.
we do.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us during that short break here. Still 7 players remaining here in the MSPT $1,600 buy-in, $1.5 million guaranteed tournament as part of the Deep Stack Championship Poker Series at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. 1,051 entries began in this tournament. We are down to the final 7. Brian Luo is the chip leader currently. Grew up in Madison, Wisconsin, out of Philadelphia, PA. Josh Reichard here finds a couple of kings.
950.
He's going to put the majority of his stack in the middle.
Thank you.
Pretty quick folds there from everyone. Reichard takes that one.
Oh, I said you're going to get kings, and then I looked down at kings. Told her it was going to be the second hand. I think it would have been better off if it was the second hand.
Most likely. I can see why that might be the case.
I told her I said it's going to be the second hand. I had a plan. Okay, I'll take him on the first hand.
Lee finds ace queen here. Blinds are up, by the way, 100K, 200K.
425. 425.
Couple of 7s here for Luo.
All in.
And there's the jam from Luo. Deems those 7s good enough. And Reichard finds a couple of 10s here, and as short as he is, he's not going to fold this hand. Reichard does call all in. Lee's out of the way, and Reichard's going to love this. His 10s dominating the 7s of Luo. Queen 5-5, clean for Reichard here. He's the player all in and at risk. 8 of diamonds on the turn. He just needs to fade a 7. He does that. 6 of clubs on the end. Reichard's going to double up and then some.
185. Yeah. 1.85.
And all of a sudden, Reichard goes into break as the shortest stack comes back with fewer than 8 big blinds. Gets what was effectively a jam through on the first hand with kings. Finds 10s there on the second hand. Gets a double up and then some because Lee had opened the pot before Luo jammed. So a nice little two-hand spin for Josh Reichard.
Well,
and he's
after he calls,
up over 4.4 million. And now sitting 3rd in chips. So 2 hands, he goes from 7 of 7 to 3 of 7.
Not against 2 slide card.
Action's on Metalidi here. We don't know his cards just yet, but he does look interested. Metalidi ultimately folds his hand. And he's going to jam. And Galiana's got a couple 7s here. Now we saw a similar spot before the break. Same positions too. Cutoff versus button for Galiana. Luo jammed a 9-8 offsuit there. Galiana folded ace-jack. Here he's going to make the call. Reichard and Lee out of the way, so here we go. Galiana, the player at risk, looking for his 7s to hold. Luo, once again, the big chip leader, trying to knock someone out. He couldn't do it against Josh Reichard. Can he do it here against Galiana? Jack 10-4. Galiana adds a straight draw. He's going to look for a king, a queen, or a 9. And there is a 9 on the turn. Galiana down to needing an 8 to make a straight or a 7 for a set. 6 outs, 1 time. The Jack of Hearts is not what Galiana needed, and he is the first casualty of the day. Out in 7th place. Here at the Venetian, Galiana is going to collect $43,300.
Tournament every week.
And Luo climbs up over 14 million and stretches out his chip lead further.
That's a nice way to needle. Huh? I said to her, that's a nice way to needle.
That'll be all right.
That was pretty good, yeah.
All right.
He's tough.
I mean, the 5K was probably really good to win.
Yeah, sure.
I talked with him earlier downstairs.
Did you have that planned out in your head before you said it? It's like, oh, when he busts, I'm going to say this.
No. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. The fun thing is, like, yesterday I played like long time with him, day 2, and like almost 2 hours I didn't recognize his voice. Yeah, it was him. Like,
no, I looked at his eyes and I'm like, oh my god, he's a beast.
Yeah. He's very tough.
It was like,
yeah, he is.
It was like just because of the head, like, okay. some decent guy, never seen before, like, and then, oh no, it's him. Oh yeah, like that.
Like you could see, like he was like had this ferocious look in his eyes.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Oh, oops, sorry.
Metalidi here opening ace-6 of hearts. Action folds over to Girard in the big blind with a suited 9-8.
2 behind.
2 behind. Thank you.
Final 6 players now guaranteed $55,170. Everyone's securing a pay jump of just about 12K with the elimination of Galiana. Girard defends here. King 7-3.
No.
Continuation bet for the minimum 200K there from Metalidi. Gets it done. Updated tournament payouts, 55K guaranteed. Galiana getting 43,000 for his 7th place finish. Everyone's still going for that $212,000 first place prize. Top 3 spots are going to get into 6 figures. They would love 7 figures, but they're only getting 6 figures. 10,051 entries began in this tournament. 6 remain. $1,600 buy-in in this one. Ace-10 off for Vierling.
400.
Oh, like 6 million?
Be careful with your bottom card. I think I could see the color black.
Black is right. Okay, going back to the slide.
Metalidi is going to defend with the same hand. Both players working with ace-10 offsuit. Jack 9-3 with a couple of hearts. Vierling is going to get an eye on Metalidi's stack here.
250.
One more hand. And a big one.
Sorry. Not too excited to pay the big blind.
Straddle would be funnier than just open rip into everybody.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got.
Chip leading stack of Brian Luo there. Up over 14 million for him. He makes it 400K with King 6. Vierling's going to defend from the big blind with an ace-5 offsuit. So heads up we go, 1.1 million in the middle. These are the two biggest stacks at the table. 10, 7, 3 with a couple of clubs here. Vierling starts this one off with a check.
That's good. That's good.
700K. Quick fold out of Vierling. And almost 15 million now for Brian Luo. If you are tuning in a little bit late to this final table coverage from the Venetian Resort Las Vegas, we lost Antonio Galiana as the first player to bust in 7th place for 43K. These players all coming from a field of 1,051 entries in this $1.5 million guaranteed event in partnership with the MSPT. Yesterday, to get down to the live streamed final table, we lost Daniel Smilkovic in 8th place. Brian Hastings was busted in 13th. Joe Kuther out 24th. Andrew Moreno went out in 28th. Another big event is kicking off today here at the Venetian. $1,100 buy-in MSPT tournament with a $1 million guaranteed prize pool. Has 3 starting flights. Today is the first of 3. So today, Monday, and Tuesday, starting flights here at Venetian. On the break, I popped my head out into the poker room. It's filling up quite nicely, so a lot of players here getting in action. Day 2 of that event will be on Wednesday, and then on Thursday, the final table will be here from this room, live streamed around the world. Limp from Vierling here in the small blind. Luau's just going to rip these deuces. Somewhere, Brent Hanks is smiling.
Big bugs you have?
Luau gets it done, climbs up over 15 million.
30. You want to tell him, like you told me yesterday? I have 30 big boys.
Different spot. Different spot. You ripped into the whole table.
And ECM is not the same.
Can I see the stack, please?
Couple of 8s here for Lee. He's first to act under the gun. Lee second shortest.
All in.
And he's just going to jam here. And Vierling's got a couple of 6s.
2,325,000.
This is probably pretty close for her. Let's see what she decides to do.
2,065,000.
No.
325.
2.
2,325,000.
2,325,000.
She gives it up. Nothing for Josh Reichard to play with in the big blind, and Lee takes that one. Joey Ingram popping in the chat saying, let's go, Jessica. He's in the chat over on Venetian Poker Live, so if you want to chat with Joey. hop on over to the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. On the road to 10,000 subscribers. Couple of jacks here for Brian Luo, the chip leader.
Right to 400.
No action with those jacks. You can see Luo there, just every time it folds to him, just kind of taking a look around the table, eyeing up everyone's stack, seeing if, you know, he can come in, and then if he does decide, okay, I can come in, should I just come in with the open jam as I have been doing, or should I come in with a raise? And this one is not going to work as Girard finds a couple of aces here. A welcome sight for him on the short stack in the big blind. And he's just going to jam. And this is not fun for Luo because the price looks pretty good.
No.
1.225.
Yes, 1,225,000.
9, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 25.
Rounds are 100, these are 25.
1,225.
And you can just tell Luo's just thinking, like, well, why did I have to open the 6-3 off? Why did I have to do this? Well, you did it because you're the chip leader and you're staying aggressive. I mean, obviously, if Josh Reichard jams, if Lee jams, it's just a quick fold. But Girard, he did give it some thought there, ultimately puts it in the muck. I mean, if Girard comes with an ace-king, ace-queen, you're pretty live there. You might be like, okay, fine. But he does think better of it.
What did you say when he sees your hand? What?
Probably not a good fold.
When you will see my hand, you will realize I didn't know he could fold.
Oh, I made a good fold.
Oh yeah, you made a really good fold.
Oh wow. Okay.
Like dream.
Right.
Like I was like, oh man, he folded. Okay. Had aces.
Yeah. Aces.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Hard to beat that.
Yeah, it's
4 big into 13. Yeah.
Jack 3 now for Luo. Luo takes it down. Dmitry Babinov in the chat said, you don't need to call 6-3 off there. Keep the short stacks and keep pressure. I agree. You know, the price might look good. And as I started talking about, you know, let's say Girard has ace-king, ace-queen, king-queen suited, stuff like that. Like, you probably think, okay, I have decent equity against those unpaired hands. but I can also just keep everyone kind of where they are. Yeah, Girard's going to win this and take my raise to chip up slightly, but I have a very, very dominating position over everyone at the table. I'm pretty much doing everything that I want. Yes, I'm going to give up this 400K here, but if things continue as they have been, I'm going to win that 400K back, probably on the next hand or the next couple of hands. So I do like that fold from Luo, you know, not just talking himself into the fact that, oh, you know, I'm priced in, I could have the equity.
Call.
8-8-4 here. Luo opened queen 4 spades under the gun. Vierling defended in the big blind. She flops a flush draw. It's 2 pair for Luo. Check raise here from Vierling. Was wondering if she would take this approach. This type of texture, she probably figures interacts with her range more than Luo's, although Luo has been very, very active and pretty wide. But she is connected with that flush draw, kind of wrapped around the 8 as well with the 10-7. Luo has enough here in the form of his 2 pair to come along, so 2.8 million out there. And Jess Vierling, she started this hand second in chips, so could ultimately prove to be a tricky spot for her, given the stack distribution across the table. Ace of hearts here on the turn. Vierling taking quite a bit of time here to think about her decision. $700 is the bet. Quarter pot here. Now, she originally was counting down her chips and counted out 1.6 million. I don't know if she was just getting a count on what she had or if she was thinking about possibly betting 1.6 million, but she thinks it through a bit further and ultimately here comes with 700K. Action now on Luo. Luo calls. This pot is now up over 4 million. The pot is larger than the stack Vierling has behind, and she drills a diamond on the end here. Deuce of diamonds comes home. That is a beautiful card for Jess Vierling. There is the bet. Looks like 2 million. Which is half of Vierling's stack. And the bet's 2 million into 4.2 million, so right around half pot here. Now action is on Luo, and part of his thought process might be, well, I called the turn. Deuce of diamonds comes off. You know, is my hand still good? How often does she have flush draws here that play it like this? Is she going to check raise the flop on these types of hands when there is the ICM dynamics at play? You know, does Jess Vierling just want to go check raise, bet, knowing she is firmly in second place, or would she rather take a hand like the 10-7 of diamonds here and put it into the check call bucket? And he does give it up. Comes to the right decision there, does Brian Luo.
See it soon.
And Jess Vierling gonna smile as she rakes in those chips. Up over 8 million now for her.
Yeah, maybe we can. Maybe we can.
Black coffee, can you see?
Yeah, black coffee.
Okay. Yeah, I made a flush.
You need a flush?
And she's been honest with saying what she's had afterwards. You know, there she said she made a flush. Earlier when she had those set of fives, she says she had a set of fives. So
much garbage in your range. I was like, you should have so many auto folds.
On the flop turn?
On the flop, yeah.
And with that, I'm going to be welcoming Tristan Wade into the booth. What's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, Donnie? I'm back. I heard you guys needed a tournament expert to come.
Yeah, we do.
Talk about this final table.
I mean, I'm certainly not an expert.
Well, you're on your way.
You know,
you're working at it.
I don't know if you can ever become an expert, because like you get to a point and then it's like, oh man, now I got to figure out this whole next thing.
Yeah, yeah. I shouldn't even say I'm an expert, because I'm a continuous learner myself. There's always something to learn, but poker's very trendy, and the trends they align with wherever we're at in current time, with technology, with the brightest minds, insight. And, you know, it seems like here maybe you're dealing with a lot of ICM stuff, because that's obviously a big topic of discussion amongst the poker community nowadays.
Girard here with a committing raise. Gets it done. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about ICM. The chat's been, I would say, frustrated with some of the ICM decisions that have been made. But I've been saying I can't really fault the players. You know, yes, from an entertainment standpoint, we want to see people just, you know, fire their money in all the time. But when you're at these final tables, and this is where all the money is won, so often you make the most money by folding. And yes, that's not fun to watch, but I don't think you can fault the players.
That's a very good point, Donnie. You make the most money by folding. You know, that's crucial for the audience to understand. Because obviously you want to win chips, you want to win the tournament, but there's some value in just laddering up. You know, you got Metalidi, if I'm saying that right.
Yeah, Metalidi.
Metalidi, the shortest stack. You got Hugues Girard, all similar. So Vierling needs to be aware with the chip leader right to her left. And the chip leader can put tremendous amounts of pressure on all these other players. And this is kind of a spot where you would expect to see that take place in the form of an all-in possibly, or a 3-bet certainly. Now a fold is fine too, but if you really want to flex your chip lead, this is a spot to do it. Because Vierling has to be very, very tight here to call. Like I would expect maybe even 8s and 9s to hit the muck here. Even though you know you're going to be up against like one overcard when faced with an all-in, let's say if you did have 8s, 9s, or 10s in this scenario, it's just not worth the risk to risk your 40 bigs when you got 3 stacks that are under 10.
Luo has been he's been very aggressive, but he's also been very selective. Like he hasn't just been going too crazy. And here he is picking the spot to come with the 3-bet. There have been a couple of times where Vierling has opened the button and he's just folded. And here he's going to apply pressure, and Reichard finds King Jack suited.
See, and this is a spot where if ace-6 just all in, both of these stacks just have to play for their tournament life and call it off. Here, he's left the door open for both players to give a form of aggression. Reichard could go all in and possibly win this pot. Vierling could now play in position and see a flop. So you really don't want those circumstances out there. And look at this, Donnie. He goes with the worst hand.
And I think Reichard here just kind of correctly assesses the situation along what you're saying, Tristan. He's like, listen, this guy, I think, would just jam a lot of his hands. So I'm going to take the chance that he's putting in a 3-bet fold, and I'm going to come with mine. My hand as well has some good blocker properties to some premium. So look at that. Gets it done. That's very well timed by Josh Reichard there.
Yeah, that's unbelievable recognition there, given that he's 3rd in chips with 6 left. That is phenomenal because he's risking his tournament life. But, you know, this is an MSPT champ here. This is someone who's very accomplished and very savvy. I played with him on day 1 of this tournament, actually, and he is aware of those spots. Like you said, Donnie, he read that situation perfectly. But that's why you also just want to stuff it in with a lot of those weak holdings, and you really only want to 3-bet a polar strategy where it's your worst of your worst crap that doesn't perform well if your players are all in, so it wouldn't be an ace. And it's like your best of your best, like your jacks plus, your ace-king suited, where you're happy if someone jams on you with like a king-jack suited. But, oh well, chip leader loses a little bit, no big deal. And now, does he want to continue pouncing here?
Like 5.6-ish, roughly.
Yeah, right around there.
Thanks.
For much of the early part of the final table before you got here, Tristan, Josh Reichard was very short. You know, he got down to 10 big blinds. They went into a break, came out of the break. He had fewer than 8 big blinds. He has since spun it up since then, which, you know, I bring that up because previously Brian Luo has had the chip lead and hasn't had Reichard with a healthy stack on his left. And you and I both know, I know Josh well. You've obviously played with him. He can get after it and pick spots like that. He is a very experienced player. He knows what to do. So, you know, that might throw a bit of a wrench into the plan of Luo at times.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, poker's all about adjustments, right? You were talking about, you know, before I made it here, and here we go. We have at least a hand that should see a flop. But, you know, as I was messaging you while the tournament was going on, you know, wondering, hey, how's it going? I'm going to come try to commentate if I bust this tournament. And, you know, if everyone adheres to ICM, then yeah, you have a really boring final table. But if there's one wild card who says, screw that, I'm just going to play, I don't give a damn, like we see, you know, Reichard might do that, that's really interesting. Now, Queen 10 suited should absolutely not hit the muck here against a chip leader button open. You have to see 3 cards at least. And there are universes where if your hand was even slightly better here, you could put it in. But I like a call here with Queen 10 suited.
1.1 million in the middle, ace 6-3, rainbow with 1 diamond out there. Might prompt a continuation bet here from Luo.
Yeah, should be a range bet on these boards. You know your opponent is unlikely to have an ace unless they have like some suited ace or just some really weak ace where they didn't want to commit all their chips, which is okay, but this is a range bet here for the chip leader.
Minimum bet, 200K. Quick fold out of Lee.
And even we could speak on, you know, you should be defending that minimum bet with those type of hands, Queen 10 suited, even though it seems dirty because you only have 8 or 9 bigs, but when your opponent's going to have the whole deck there, you should really be taking one off and keeping them a little more honest.
That time, no.
So Lee asking if Luo would have called all in pre had he jammed. We, of course, know the answer is no with the 9-4 suited. But it does seem like the thought did cross Lee's mind to possibly 3-bet jam with the Queen 10 of spades.
Yeah, like 10-9 suited.
Something like that.
Yeah, 9-4 suited, something like that. Never believe a chip leader at any part of a tournament, especially at the final table when we're playing for all the money. And with this high card holding in the opening range and everyone playing so tight, yeah, keep pouncing. I mean, you don't have to raise King 3-0, but you could.
All in.
And Donnie,
This is gonna jam.
This is slightly aggressive. Missing the A6-0 button verse.
King Jack suited here for Lee. He is the shortest stack, so could certainly just call this, you know.
17, 18.
Yeah. And we do see it, Donnie. No question. Maybe the last hand stinging him a little bit. He says, all right, I'm going.
He does make the call, and he's going to love what he sees. Dominating the King 3 of Luo, but you do have to hold up. Lee is the player all in and at risk here. If he wins this pot, he's going to get up just shy of 4 million in chips. Here comes the flop. King Jack 5, very, very good for Lee. Now 93%
He's
to
got the
win this
King of
one.
Spades working, but okay.
6 of Hearts ends it there.
That does end it.
Now talk about, as it relates to ICM, you know,
1,725,000.
Yep, looks right.
The concept that once you are the short stack and you kind of like don't have ICM affect you as much.
What it does mean.
So like
I mean,
in a spot like that,
flop is like really,
I'm just
really
from
bad.
my experience, I've seen some players be like, oh, ICM when they're the shortest stack, and it's like, well, you are the one that can actually get your money.
Just one three.
It doesn't matter. It's more about like those middling stacks that can't, you know, risk their position. But when you do fall to the shortest, it's like, okay, it's time to go now.
Exactly. You nailed it, right? Like, if I am a middling stack, I'm hoping the short stacks bust, so I move up. If I'm the shortest stack, then yeah, I need to still be focused on spots that are going to be profitable where my hand is likely to be good, just like we saw Lee take there in the small blind with King Jack suited. So you nailed it, Donnie. ICM doesn't apply as much to short stacks because they need to fight for their position at the final table. They still need to earn chips.
Because let's say, you know, in a hypothetical world, everyone just folded nonstop. Well, the chip leader is doing his job of constantly raising. Well, the person who's going to just ultimately go out first is that short stack. That's why they're forced to like get active more so than everyone else can wait them out. In theory, they could just be like, okay, I'm just going to fold it. You know, I know you have basically what, 6 rotations. Okay, you're going to be done 6 times around the table. I can just chill over here.
Yep, exactly.
Jack 10 here for Vierling. She comes in with the raise. New blind level, 125, 250. Girard finds ace, queen.
Yeah, I think, whatever, like Jack 10 off, find a raise under the gun, 6-handed table, but I think, you know, you really want to fold this kind of stuff for these reasons, is like you're costing yourself some chips and you might have to call these short stacks all-ins if you put chips in the middle. Now, this could just be a raise fold too, because you know they're going to be jamming probably 8s plus, ace jack plus, ace 10 suited plus, whatever. So, you know, and this maybe would have been the best avenue for Luo, the chip leader of last hand, with the king 3-0. When you have that crappy of a holding, you just want to min raise the top of range and bottom of range. You really don't want to jam that kind of stuff. It was like a king 3 suited. It's reasonable because you have more equity. But so I would have advocated for a raise fold in the king 3 off last time, and then you just lose 2 bigs. Here, this is a really tricky spot, and it's probably bottom of range as well to fold, even though we see her getting the right price.
Vierling needs to call 1.325 million. We saw a similar situation earlier where Luo opened 6-3 off, Girard jammed, and you could tell Luo was like, oh, I'm kind of priced in. He ultimately did give it up, as we see Vierling do here. So a couple of jams through for Girard.
And look at that, Donnie. That guy has, what, 8 big blinds?
Yeah.
Maybe less, 7 big blinds, and he gets a shove through, which would never happen in a chip EV format. People just run their equity. But that is also the pressure that can be applied back to these middling stacks when they step out of line. And, you know, those are huge pickups to not have to run it there with ace queen off.
I would call 5 pickups.
5, but not
7.
whatever that was, 7 something.
Final 6 players here guaranteed $55,000. They came from a field of 1,051 entries, playing for almost $213,000 up top.
Crazy. I mean, Donnie, the Venetian is absolutely booming today. I couldn't even find a parking spot down there.
I was the same when I drove in earlier. I drove around the parking garage a few times. I was like, what's going on?
We never have to do that. We just usually are in our own spots. We walk to our cars together. We're all right, Donnie, see you next stream.
Yeah, but everyone's here to play the tournaments. That's what's up.
Yeah, it's unreal. And here we go. We got a suited ace on the button here. Definitely a qualifier for 11 bigs to just rip it here. Even though you're 5 of 6, I say go, go, go. You cover the small blind. This is a perfect premium hand to just ship it in here with. We want to keep accumulating chips. Let's go. There's 625 in the middle. We need it, Donnie. We need it, baby. I'm fired up, baby. I'm fired up today. From one tournament to the next.
I think we will ultimately see Girard go with this one. I mean, this has kind of been his MO here. Kind of play around with his chips, count things down.
He seems very meticulous. And for that reason, we will see shot clocks be implemented in poker more and more in the future.
So he raises to almost 2 million. 1.8. Ace 10 suited for Vierling.
This is unfortunate for Girard, but this has to get in here. Both players must go.
And interesting there, we got a quick look, and yeah, she's going to put it in. And he's all in too.
Very unlucky. This is just, you know, you'd rather be up against whatever. You still have 26% equity here. We see there's going to be some chops. But yeah, this is very unlucky.
Ace 10 of hearts for Jess Vierling. Girard all in and at risk with ace 7 of clubs. More than 6 million in the middle.
Big pot alert. Vierling will about be the chip leader.
8-4-3. No clubs.
Yeah, very good start. Ace 7 suited's going to need a 5 or a 6 or a 7 immediately.
How about a 5?
This one also.
Hey, as we speak it,
How
comes.
about a 5?
Better take
Girard looking for a 7 or a 6 here on the end. It is the jack of hearts, so we're going to lose Girard. In sixth place, he takes home $55,170.
Yeah, bro.
A very, very good run by him. And Jess Vierling scoops that pot. She's on an even 10 million now, right there with chip leader Brian Luo, who's about 900K ahead. Players are now guaranteed almost $71,000.
We're getting up there. That's good money, man. 71K, Donnie. What would you do with 71K right now?
Probably.
Your face was good.
Pay off my car.
When you saw both hands.
Yeah. There you go.
And then fire a
Play
bunch more
some tournaments.
tournaments.
Well, you and Jessica, right? She's trying to get out of her downswing, she says, and finance the summer. So 71,000 at least in earnings, which I'm sure she'll exceed. I don't see how she's going to finish fifth, but possibly. But yeah, good for her.
Yeah.
Brian Luo with the nicest handwriting of all the final table participants as I read over the notes.
Okay.
Well, better.
Yeah.
Ace-9 off here for Lee.
Do you see this, Donnie? Lee used to be a musician.
Yeah, I saw that.
Nice. He's in Korea right now, but he grew up in Germany. Very interesting.
Yeah, and Jess Vierling also, I believe she was born in Germany.
Yes.
She lives here now in Vegas, but
The Germans are taking over.
of course they are.
That was the worst accent I probably could have done, but I'm trying, man. And I mean, ace-9, oh, good raise here. I love it. 10-5 suited. Look, you are the chip leader, but things are getting dicey between 1 and 2. This is a fringe hand, to be honest with you.
He does defend. 10-5 off, likely just hits the muck. 10-5 suited. Okay, Luo deems it good enough.
Now, the one thing working for Luo, Metalidi, so short on chips. Maybe you can apply post-flop ICM pressure, but on this flop, Lee should have considerations of just c-betting. Just c-bet your range here. You got the 7, Jack 9 working. You got the range advantage. And good find here. But, Donnie, when you go with these small bets, that leaves the door wide open for aggression. Okay? Wide open. And, you know, a hand like 10-5 of diamonds from the chip leader, making this 600K or 650K right now could get immediately uncomfortable. Right? It's like, I know that you know, so I'm going to do this. I know that you're just going to c-bet range on Jack 7 Deuce Rainbow. So since I know that, and you give me such a good price here, my strategy now dictates that I should play more raises because you're just betting small. Now, will they find it? I don't know. This is a decent candidate, though, to do it with.
I mean, Luo's, the fact that he's thought this long, I think, I mean, now he's grabbing chips, of course, but it does seem like he's going to find this one, and he does. Raise. There is the check raise.
1 million. What a find. And he goes 1 million. Now, you don't really have to go that big, honestly, in these spots, but what this bigger sizing is going to do is it's going to stop you from getting floated here if the opponent did have, like, the ace-10 of spades or something like that.
Lee gives it up.
Very good find there.
Well done from Luo, and he stretches out a little bit more of a gap now between him and Vierling.
So the lesson there, folks, is you can defend a little bit wider pre-flop as a chip leader if you can put post-flop ICM pressure on people. Had those stacks been more close, like Vierling and Luo, then I would say you probably want to be folding the 10-5 suited. So very good find by Brian.
Couple of threes here under the gun for Lee. Would imagine this just hits the muck. Does.
Okay, interesting. I mean, sure, an ace-8-0. You could even have ideas of folding this, honestly, given how short Metalidi is. And you have the chip leader to your direct left. But it's fine, of course. Coming for a raise, no problem. But how hard does the chip leader want to go? And I would even argue sizing here is important. We see a min raise, but I would argue you might want to not min raise in that spot against these bigger stacks, but it works.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Dealer change here. We got 5 players remaining in this MSPT $1,600 buy-in, $1.5 million guaranteed event. More than 1,000 players in the field, down to just 5, guaranteed $70,000.
Metalidi under the gun. Jack 8 off is not good enough to do it. Just hang on, my friend. I know it hurts. I know you're about to lose 625K, which is half your stack. But there can be some beneficial consequences from the remaining opponents for you if they keep battling while you're short. But this is not it. I'd say the bottom range here I'd have is like a Jack 9 suited.
Metalidi just really, I mean, he hasn't been able to get involved at all. Like, he's just been over there folding.
And that sucks. There's days like that. But Donnie, he's went from 7th to 5th now.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And here we go, Donnie. It seems like a lot, but it's only 20 bigs on the button with an ace. When this guy's so short, the rip it on in is coming. So I made the point earlier about you want to raise some of your top of range and bottom of range. But when you have such a wide range spot here, button, small blind, big blind, an ace is good enough to just wager for 20.
That jam there from Luo gets through. Continuing to put the pressure on. He has not given up the chip lead at this final table. He came in with a big chip lead, I think a little bit over 11 million, had double second place, and has just been on the top of the leaderboard ever since. Got up as high as 14, maybe close to 15 million. Has dipped back a little bit since then, but still cruising along quite nicely is Brian Luo. And Queen 10 off here for Vierling. Kind of similar spot to with the Jack 10 off, which we saw from her earlier.
Yeah. Look, these are dicey opens, I'm going to be honest. Just because of what you mentioned earlier, how much money you make folding. Now, no big deal. It's a fine open. It's, you know, an offsuit Broadway, 5-handed. But it's awful if you got to call the big blinds all in. Whatever. Good raise. Good pickup. There's just a very fine line between wanting to win chip still and wanting to stay out of the way. And
have you ever played with Vierling? I have, and I'll tell you that she is very much wanting to win chips.
Yeah,
variety
I understand.
I mean, she's a good player, and she can put you in a lot of really tough spots because she's always out there fighting.
I think I played with her in Florida, and the one thing that stands out is she had about a 80-pound dog that was about 6 feet long with her under the table next to me, and that was a little uncomfortable.
She always has her dog with her. Queen 4 off here for Luo under the gun.
All right, Donnie, we're entering this muddy territory of just any two, I guess, from the chip leader.
Oops.
Do they let the dog in there today?
I don't know. Good question.
I don't think so, right? Can't let the dog on the stream.
I mean, I would. I don't know.
And look, we have a Jack 9 suited going. Just knowing,
All right.
look, chip leader's raising anything. I'm just going to go with it.
Luo quickly makes the call, feeling very much priced in here, and he's actually going to have the best hand. Queen high is better than Jack high. A lot of equity, though, for Metalidi. He's got 48% here, so he's going to flip and try and get himself off this short stack.
We saw Queen 6 of clubs hit the muck. We saw Jess with the Jack 4 herself. So a couple outs for both players, immediately removed.
Look.
I had a queen.
To get back to 8 bigs.
You're supposed to say that.
I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's going to feel like a million
I
big
hope he's
blinds
lying.
to him.
I would like to say good luck to you, but I think
7-3 deuce. No help for Metalidi.
not good to
One
say
diamond.
something when it's clear it's a lie, kind of.
7 of clubs on the turn, so Metalidi's going to need a jack or a 9. Ace of spades on the end. We lose Artem Metalidi in 5th place, $70,924 for him, but a couple of ladders along the way to that score. And given the fact that he could not get anything going, he could not find any cards, there were no spots. You know, I think all things considered, he's going to be happy with the result.
Oh, I got you.
Given what he had to deal with today.
I don't want to say something when it's clear like it's not genuine.
And then there were 4.
Same.
I like him.
Yeah, I was like.
$92,000 now guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, you're being honest.
Yeah,
of course.
I think this is the German. I'm just like, I want to say, but I can't.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm even.
Oh, yeah. You talked about this yesterday, right? I remember.
Lee with a king jack. He's now the short stack, and he's got just over 10 bigs. Reichard made it 500K under the gun.
Just under 4.8.
Thank you.
A very close spot there.
King jack is in the muck. Now it's on Jess Vierling, who's got a couple 6s in the small blind.
These are kind of tough spots to navigate as well with the chip leader in the big blind. You can't just stuff it and try to pressure Reichard here. You're playing calls or 3-bets mostly. No jams.
She does come with a call. Now, how liberal can Luo get with a calling range from the big blind here, closing the action?
Even though he's a chip leader, I would be very cautious because Jess's range is going to be very solid, and Reichard's range should be considerably solid too. So yeah, 8-5 should hit the muck.
Ace, king, 4. A couple of spades here. Top pair for Josh. 300K.
It's a really bad flop.
Quick fold out of Vierling.
And those are big pickups there for third and chips. Just to win 4 or 5 bigs. Extend your distance from the lowest Lee.
Josh Reichard is a former MSPT winner. I believe he's also in the MSPT Hall of Fame. Also a WPT champion. Guy's been around the block a time or two. Certainly knows how to navigate large field, no limit hold'em tournaments.
Very tough spot here for Lee. I'd say these hands are probably folding mostly, given an ICM format with these pay jumps. But with 10 bigs, I don't think I would fault him if he did rip it.
$1,000,009.
Committing raise here from Lee.
$1,000,009.
1.9 million.
And you love to see two quick folds if you're Lee. Joshua in the big, also going to fold, and that's a great result there.
Gets it through, adds some much needed chips to his stack, and doesn't have to actually see a run out. Can't hate it. You definitely can't hate it. So 4 players remaining. Brian Luo is the chip leader. Jess Vierling second. Josh Reichard third. Min Sung Lee, short stack, player who just put that raise in and collected some chips.
Yeah, look at Jess popping it up. Started the final table with 3 million up to 10. And even Josh started with 3 million up to 5.
Ace-9 suited here on the button for the chip leader.
Oh, baby, Donnie. This is the top of range stuff. You don't need to jam this. You can just raise this and call jams if you want to try to induce Reichard or whatever. But you can also stuff this too, balance it out. It's your prerogative, Mr. Luo. Luo? What have you been saying?
Luo.
Luo? Okay.
I probably say it differently every time I say it, so
Colin?
don't take my word for it. He does come with a jam.
Brian Luo.
King 7 off for Lee, and you can see the grimace on his face, which is likely because Luo came with a jam. So now he's thinking, is he really
Does he have the king
like
3 again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Is he going to jam like the better hands? Isn't he just going to jam kind of his middle stuff that he doesn't want to raise call with?
Even
But is also
against you,
too
that
good
would
to,
be too
you know,
crazy.
just fold.
Yeah.
He does give it up, does Lee, rightfully
good
so.
one.
King 7 off, a little out of the box there. If we got any of Brian Luo's family members in the chat or friends, help us out with the phonetic spelling of that, please. Keep the aggression on, Brian. You're the chip leader. The ball is in your court, my friend. I'm not sure what your bracelets say. I can't quite make it out, but raise potentially in there.
No action. More for the chip leader.
I like the matching nails and accessories Jess has working here. That's really nice jewelry around her fingers.
And when you're cashing for 92K, you can buy a few more pieces.
Yeah,
right?
that's true. That's very true.
Accessorize a little more.
Accessorize as much as you want. Even Lee, we see over there a nice watch, nice little bracelet on.
Ace Queen for Josh Reichard here.
Okay, Donnie, this is a big hand, four-handed. And this is a big hand like, let's see what happens. Does anyone wake up with anything? No, but yeah, ace queen. Jack 5 off, pretty bottom of the range. bottom of the deck, actually. It's just a very poor hand.
Yeah, we did see Luo. Well, I saw before you got here. He 3-bet Queen 6 off from the big blind. So just putting that out there as something that did happen.
Okay, good to know. Everyone's a gangster nowadays. Quick pan of the outside of the poker room.
It's me, sorry.
Poker Go Productions, who does it like you guys?
Couple of 9s here for Vierling. Raise and take.
If Lee does exit, we might see them mix it up a little bit more, but I would consider just kind of ICM implications a little out of the way right now, unless you're Vierling or Luo. I mean, sure it matters, but I don't. Basically, you're just trying to outlast Lee, but if he doubles, you know, it's anyone's ball game. So it'll be interesting just to see how the dynamics change. Is kind of where my brain's headed.
King Jack here for Vierling. She's at it once again, making it 500. Doesn't look like she's going to get any action.
No defense.
Ten-6 suited. It's going to be a raise to 500 from our chip leader. We're at least getting a pause here out of Reichard with the ace-8.
Yeah, I mean, fold is obviously fine given ICM, and then your other options of 3-betting are on the table as we see chips in hand.
And I think, you know, obviously all the players are aware, but Josh definitely aware that, you know, Luo's just raising way too much.
Yeah.
But which is expected given the situation. But at some point, you know, someone's going to kind of fight back. And Josh is picking right now to come with a 3-bet to 1.275 million.
And look at Brian. I mean, look, this is out. This is completely out of line of what I'm even suggesting here. But if you think your opponent is just tangoing too much, you know, an all-in right back in their face can help.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we might not see it there, but it's coming.
Well, Luo gives that one up. Reichard scoops the pot. He's up over 6 million now.
And those don't hurt Brian too much to just raise fold for 2 bigs, but it is quite annoying when someone's taken away your leverage. So if that's the case, yeah, you might have some plans to get a little get back. Let's see if Josh takes one off here. You got that nice trophy back there.
2 of them.
I see the MSPT and the Venetian.
Yep.
And then you get a little
You get it all. You
coin.
Get, you get a card protector. You get the Winged Lion trophy. Obviously the MSPT trophy there, which looks to be enormous.
Yeah, it does.
No action. So some back-to-back pots there for Reichard. He's getting close to 7 million. Final 4 players guaranteed $92,000. Next pay jump gets the people up to 120K. Appreciate everyone who is tuning in, whether you're watching on PokerGo or on YouTube. Appreciate you all. If you are on the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel, I hope you're subscribed. You better be subscribed. Tristan, we recently passed 8,000.
Let's go.
We actually passed 8,100. So,
let's go.
You know, we're cruising.
On the way to 10K. It's coming this month.
Let's go. So keep subscribing to the channel. Lots and lots of action. Coming up on Wednesday, we'll have Oaken and Blonde. Brian Oaken and JRB, their cash game. And then on Thursday, another final table. The $1,100 MSPT tournament that kicks off today has 3 starting flights. We're going to be streaming that final table live on Thursday. Action here on Luo. King, Queen off.
Yeah, interesting to see what he wants to do here. He really can do anything.
He makes it 725.
Yeah, the king queen off there. I mean, with the short stack, he could have went all in. You could raise. Probably don't want to limp. You probably just want to take an aggressive route. And I don't really. I mean, 7-8. Yeah, fine, sure. Let's see a flop. But you know, you're already entering dangerous territory. But you luckily get to play in position against a chip leader here.
Ace 10 deuce, 1.7 million in the middle. Action is first on Luo.
I don't think this hand should go past the flop, but we'll see. Range advantage for Brian. Standard C-bet here. You can have some bigger sizings if you'd like, given your exact holding. But on a blind-on-blind scenario, fine. Okay, he comes with a check with the nut high hand. Reichard checks back.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
What is that, Donnie?
Luo's got a Broadway straight.
That's the nuts, baby.
That's right.
And if somehow we see a check and a 9 peel off, I don't think too much will be lost, but some will be lost. But I think this is a spot where Reichard's just not going to bet your hand for you at any point here. He has to play passive with Lee so short. So a check, obviously find a trap, but a bet is pretty natural here to try to get more money in. Very long decisions here. We see a big size. And probably just a bunch, some mutual posturing here between both players.
Reichard gives it up there. Luo takes that one down. He's back up over 13 million. Chad keeps bringing stuff up about players hiding their big chips. I don't see anyone hiding the big chips. The big chips are the brown chips. The orange chips are 25Ks.
So 25Ks and 100Ks.
Yeah, so I don't know who's hiding chips.
Yeah, and you know, when you get this deep in a tournament, most players are kind of familiar with everyone's stack. But yeah, good job, chat. Keep on it. We need everyone, you know, to be on it. 6-3-0 here, Donnie. I mean, you don't really want to give the big blind chips either. So I like that fold. Let the third player in the blinds, the third biggest stack, decide if they want to pounce here.
Falling.
There's the jam from Josh Reichard.
Very, very close spot. If he only could see the cards, Donnie, he'd be in there.
Yeah. Lee's out of there. And he's now on some danger zone. Here we see the trophy.
Look at that. What are those nuts and bolts in that thing? What the hell is that?
That's a serious.
Oh my
That's
God.
a serious trophy. Like that's, you know.
That was like
I
iron.
don't know what it weighs, but it looks like it weighs 78 pounds.
Bro, it's like when Iron Man got stranded in that deserted area, like in the Iron Man 4 or whatever. Richard Downey had to go recreate a whole new Iron Man suit. That seems like what he built right there. That's crazy.
Well, it's big, it's badass, and the winner's going to take it home.
And 200,000+.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go, baby.
Eight 5 suited here for our chip leader.
Thank you.
Raise 500.
It's very brutal being a short stack, but oh, hold on, Donnie.
Ace King for Jess Vierling. Now, she obviously has a very good hand. But worth pointing out, she's second in chips, super solid stack.
2.7 million.
And Lee is very, very short.
And look, she just comes from 2.7 million. She said, look, I'm not screwing around. I'm just going to 5X it. Yep. And I think that's a great play. I was curious if she wanted to just go all in there maybe. But
And quick fold as well out of Luo. You know, he didn't even think about possibly like, oh, what if I just stuck this in? You know, can she even really call me?
that would be unreal.
Oh. Oops.
What happened? Thought it was a little beefy.
So the blinds are up now, 150K, 300K. That affects Lee the most.
Could have gone all in too. I just came
So
off.
he's got 4 points. And you heard Jess say there, she could have gone all in as well. He's got 4.3 big blinds, does Lee.
Yeah, brutal. But
Pretty soon, if he ends up folding to his big blind, he's going to put half his stack in pre.
How much is it again?
6.4.
Reichard here makes it 600K with ace 5. And Jess finds king 10-0.
yeah, just maybe with ideas of being the aggressor herself and maybe coming with a 3-bet bluff.
1.8 million.
There it is. 1.8 million announced.
You go, girl. Very timely.
Yeah, a couple of nice pots there, even though they didn't go to a flop. Jess Vierling picking up some chips. She's right around 12 million.
And look, Donnie, if you got first and second playing back at you, you need to kind of adjust your strategies here with 20 bigs. So that's really where, you know, I don't want to keep saying those 3 letters, but that's really where ICM factors in. And again, folding is making you money because Lee is just getting dwindled down here.
So Lee with the decision point here. You know, is this good enough knowing on the next hand you're going to be committing 600K guaranteed?
First, you got to ask yourself, do I have any fold equity? If I move all in, will the big blind fold like anything? And with 4 bigs,
Raise 1 million.
it's close. Possibly.
It does work out in his favor in terms of fold equity. Of the 3 other stacks, Josh Reichard in the big line is the shortest one.
True.
So, you know, in terms of being least able to afford to take the hit, it would be Josh Reichard.
And the other good thing about this raise from Lee, or committing all in basically, is this is the chance for him to try to win 750K if everyone folds. If he has to put that money in the big blind next, like you said, his stack is halved. and then it's even more hurtful for his future winnings.
Well,
And look
Josh
at this.
Reichard's not going to find it with the 7-5 off, so that gets through for Lee.
Good result.
Clapping it up there because that's
Yeah.
huge, Donnie. That
Just
is
like
a breath
that.
of fresh air.
He's up to almost 7 bigs now. Of course, he does have to pay the big blind ante and the big blind on this hand, but certainly a meaningful raise and take.
Jess approaching the chip lead right on the tails of Brian.
Ace Jack on the button, offsuit variety.
Big hand here. It's just whatever you want to do. All in is obviously in play, but if you want to min raise and try to get Joshua to do something, could induce.
Comes with the min raise to 600. Josh Reichard quickly out of the way.
And Lee might think this is good enough to stick it in here, Donnie. I think you should at least see a flop.
Call.
Love it, Lee. Good job, man. Realize some equity here. Save your tournament life.
Queen 10-9.
All in.
All in.
And Lee's just going to jam.
And a
Quick
call.
call from Luo.
Hey,
Lee's got the best of it right now. He's got the pair of 9s.
Look.
He's got that king that blocks a Broadway straight for his opponent, Luo. Luo, though, of course, plenty of equity, sitting on 37%. Looking for an ace, a king, or an 8. He'll have 2 pulls at it.
Oh, he's doing all the tricks. The prepay.
Prepay.
9 on the turn.
Very
Trips
good
for
card.
Lee.
I need an 8.
You need an 8, sir, and just an 8. Queen on the end. Ultimately gives Lee a full house, and he
150.
scores a big double up there. Big for him, up to 4 million now.
huge.
Yeah, out of
Huge.
that danger zone.
And now look at this. Reichard and Lee within $1 million of each other. And the dynamics are going to be changing drastically here with Jess overtaking the chip lead. And Donnie, like you said, she likes to be aggressive. She likes to play pots. Is she about to turn it up? Is she about to show these guys who's boss?
I would imagine she does start to turn it up. I mean, that would be my guess.
And now Brian needs to understand his position here after losing that. But king, queen off. Right back in the saddle. Doing a little accounting first, which is good. You got to reset after every hand. Every hand is a new mission, a new puzzle. Got to easily forget the past in this game.
6-5.
Raise and take gets through.
Oops, sorry.
Great job for these players so far, making it this far. I mean, playing poker for 3 days straight is not easy, but it's a lot easier when you're already earning 100,000 and playing for another 120,000. And one of the best hands you can start with pre-flop here for Josh.
Raise.
Ace, king suited. He comes in with a raise to 600K.
6.5-ish,
No,
6.7.
5,050,000.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't need to ask that.
No action.
Chip leader Jess here with a decent pocket pair on the button.
Raise. 6 high.
Reichard finds 2 9s in the big blind. 3-bet jam.
Yes, sir. An all-in is really the only option here. You don't want to get cute. You don't want to 3-bet and have to play out of position sub 20 bigs.
1.7.
Re-raise. 1.7.
But Donnie, maybe he knows something I don't know. Maybe he said, look, I can induce Jess. Maybe Jess is the kind of player who will 4-bet all-in worse hands, because in the face of an all-in, 5 should probably hit the muck. But in the face of a 3-bet where someone you've had some battles with, maybe 5s wants to be aggressive and just jam thinking he's got a lot of raised folds. But that is an amazing fold by Jess. That is a really, really good fold, Donnie. I cannot say that enough. A pair on the button against someone with sub 20 bigs who's 3-betting you, that is a phenomenal fold. Jess really recognizes her stake in the tournament there. Wow.
And now 6s for Jess Vierling. Right back at it with a raise, 600K.
Raise of 6 high.
Wow. I'm still surprised at that last hand. I really thought we might have seen something else go down there.
Queen 8 for Lee.
These spots are always close, Donnie. I think Queen 9 and Queen 10 you don't think as much, but Queen 8, yeah.
Well, he's out of the way, and Jess is gonna win those chips, so get back what she lost on the last one. We are 4-handed here at the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. Tristan Wade alongside me. My name is Donnie Peters. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Please do subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. Lots and lots of content coming out. You know, you and I we voiced a 1 million view short.
What?
First one on the channel.
Let's go, baby. Which one was that?
The flopped straight flush against the jacks when the guy hit him with the speech on the, on the end with it before calling.
Of course. With Doc.
Yeah, Doc and John was the other player. John had the, had the jacks with the jack of clubs. Doc had 9-8 of clubs and just flopped a straight flush. And then John jams the river. Doc hits him with the speech before he calls.
The slow roll speech.
Just incredible stuff. But that's the type of action you get in the cash game streets here at Venetian Poker Live. So Wednesday night, we got a new game coming. JRB did say boxer Ryan Garcia was going to be in the lineup. Now, I don't believe that's been confirmed. We will see. But if that is the case, Ryan Garcia, a very, very big personality, is going to be in the mix. So be sure to tune in that Wednesday, 9 p.m. on the East Coast, 6 p.m. here on the West Coast. King 8-6. Luo raised to 600K here under the gun with his Queen 8 of clubs. Vierling defended Ace 5 suited.
Notice
Luo.
1 and 2, right? So maybe you want to play a little more passive here with the middle of range, as we do see the Queen 8 opt to do so.
Check, check. We see the 6 pair the board on the turn. Probably a card that Vierling might want to interact with. Oh, she comes to check.
Yeah, so you're right there, Donnie. That 6 does help her range, but when you have the ace highs of your range, that's like the middling part of your range.
Yep.
Her bluffs would come from 5-7 here, hearts, 7-9, maybe just the nothing burger hand if she had like 9-10, Jack-9 even with a heart or something. But yeah, so she just opts to take her ace high showdown value and check, as she should. And now this is a green light for Luo to go ahead and start getting some value with one of his middle of range hands that he checked back.
Pretty quick fold there out of Vierling. She doesn't think twice about it. And the chip lead swaps once again. Now it's Luo. And with how big the blinds are, up to 150, 300K, you know, we could see these two switching back and forth between first and second a few more times before things are all said and done.
Yeah, look, this is anyone's game. 10 bigs, 20 bigs, 40 bigs, and then 35 bigs. Like, this is anyone's tournament right now.
Raise 6 high.
Suited ace and then an ace-7 offsuit. It's really hard to do anything with these offsuit ace-X. This is one of the worst offsuit, you know, ace-6 offsuit, ace-7 offsuit. They perform really atrociously when you're called mostly. So discipline lay down there. And a candidate for aggression, Jess wants to keep battling.
6.4 to start.
So in those interactions, Donnie, I always try to see,
1.8 million.
as we do see a 3-bet bluff come, and Reichard with one of those hands that if he wants to fight back, this is an all-in candidate, ace-3 suited as a semi-bluff. These are the hands that enter sometimes. But I was going to say, Jess, asking Josh's stack, you can really try to get someone's confidence or how they respond to you and try to get some insight as to how they feel about their hand or how they feel in the situation.
The 3-bet is to 1.8 million.
And
there
look,
is the jam from Josh Reichard.
Wow, we are playing above the rim poker here, Donnie.
Is that your real?
Yeah. Bad viewing experience here.
I was like, oh yeah, I guess I can see it live.
It looks like his rail's outside beating on the windows or something.
Yeah.
And a little hit to Jess. She loses 6 big blinds there, but no big deal. And look at that. Josh is second in chips now after that hand, and Luo takes a chip lead again. This is the dynamics I was talking about. How are things going to proceed here? And damn, Donnie, this is what you're seeing. You're seeing above the rim play. Obviously, poker is easy, a post-flop game, right? I want to smash a flop, hit a set, make a flush, make a straight, whatever. Yeah, I want to cooler my opponent. But a lot of this game is pre-flop, and we're seeing these players mix in 3-bet bluffs, 4-bet semi-bluffs all in. I mean, this is phenomenal.
Well, Jade Fresh in the chat, not a fan. What is this jam? This jam is horrendous.
Hey, it worked. The opponent was bluffing. They have a suited ace, so if they do get called, they're still going to have that good equity. Hey, man, it worked out, and it was a right read.
Vierling comes in with a raise on the button. Ace-6 offsuit for her. Luo, ace-queen.
Yeah, you just want to pump this in usually. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can have 3 bets non-all-in, but ace-queen offsuit doesn't like to perform out of position. So normally these are just all-ins for 30 big jams. But whatever, it's a final table. I know things are different. So we could see a like 2 million chip 3-bet or something too. But what we aren't going to see is a call or a
2
fold,
million.
I'll tell you that.
How much?
2 million.
Re-raise 2 million.
3-bet to 2 million.
And so, look, if you decide to play ace queen like this and one of your opponent's jams, like, I'm not folding. That's all I got to say. Small blind, big blind, button, the 3 widest positions at the poker table. If Reichard wants to press his luck a little bit more, this is not the spot.
Well, this is a similar spot to earlier when he had the king jack of diamonds. It was exactly like this. She opened button, he 3-bet small blind, and then Josh said, you know, I think these two are playing essentially their positions, and I'm going to pounce here. And look at this. He's going to pounce again.
But let me say where it's different, Donnie. King jack suited when you're committing all your chips, and king 3 suited when you're committing 40% of your chips. Much different scenarios. Here, I think these 3.6 million chips are burned in the furnace because Brian has now set this up. He says, you guys are going to battle pre-flop? Okay, I'm going to battle back. And I think we should see a 5-bet all in here and nothing else.
Vierling quickly got out of the way. Action is on Luo.
I mean, if you get the chip leader to fold ace queen O here, button versus small blind versus big blind, that would be incredible. But with as much theatrics as we've seen between these players, I don't see how you do anything but just stick it in here. You know Josh could be just 4-bet folding here, could be full of it. He has the capability to do so. But you still got to pull the trigger, Donnie. There's the fear in these moments of if I'm wrong, if I go all in and they snap me and they have ace king or aces, I'm screwed, it's my tournament. You got to counter those thoughts of fear with the logics, the logistics and the logic of the spot. Well, Josh has 4-bet bluffed or 3-bet bluffed. Donnie, I said just an all in. I don't see how we want to proceed with a call, but we are.
Call.
Luo comes with a call here. He does have to play this out of position now. 8.1 million in the middle. Josh Reichard's got 4.9 million remaining in his stack.
And he gets out flopped, Donnie. Look at this.
Jack 9-3, and this is part of the problem when you opt to just call pre having to play out of position because, you know, let's say he even has the best hand. Like, let's say that 3 was a deuce on the board. I mean, you still have to navigate out of position, which is not the easiest thing to do with ace queen off high. Now, Luo is first to act here, and he's going to size up Josh's stack.
I mean, this is a huge pot, Donnie. This pot is worth tens of thousands of dollars as it plays out right now. And Luo could have just won this 8 million. But instead, Josh may be going to win. We'll see. Check, check on the flop.
Check, check. Deuce of diamonds on the turn.
And even though Josh has the best hand, he cannot like this because he knows Brian is basically weighted towards having like nutted hands, like having traps, right? Ace king jams pre-flop. Ace queen you would imagine would jam pre-flop. So he basically has like aces and kings in his range here. And if I'm Brian, I have thoughts of maybe putting some money in here with the diamond. Maybe just putting the pressure on Reichard when it checks back. Maybe we realize, oh, if he had queens, if he had kings, if he had something. I don't know. I don't even know, Donnie. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore on this hand, honestly, because this is just a goofy one. Like, Luo is in no man's land right now, and so is Reichard. They both are. This is a little street poker, and no player is comfortable.
Check.
Another check here out of Luo.
And you love this if you're Josh. You're like, thank God.
Back. 5 on the end. So if this goes to showdown, I can only imagine Brian Luo is going to be kicking himself that he didn't just stick this in pre.
Yeah, I don't know what else you do. Do you really want to turn ace-queen into a bluff now? Maybe you get your opponent off ace-king, right? If you thought, I mean, now granted they have the ace-3, ace-4, ace-5, ace-4 makes a wheel. The other ace-X's make pairs, but do you ever try to bluff ace-queen? Do you ever try to bluff 2 10s? Are those even in Josh's range, or would he have just jammed with ace-king or 2 10s pre? So I don't know what ace-queen wants to do here, if they just want to take their showdown value. If Josh gets checked to, he's going to be ecstatic to check this down and maybe win with a pair of threes. And Brian could have aces here. That's about the only hand he could check the flop with and then check the turn with, trying to trap. I don't really know many other hands, Donnie. Maybe he's got like an ace-jack or something, but this is going to go check-check, I think.
Hope I get lucky. Let's see.
Check, and you did get lucky.
And that is a monster pot. And now this is a guy you don't want to give the chip lead to. To your left, Josh Reichard takes the chip lead with a timely 4-bet with king 3 suited.
13 million. That is now the stack size for Josh Reichard. A former MSPT champion.
That's a fun one.
He's in the MSPT Hall of Fame.
That was a fun hand. I don't really know what's going on there.
We didn't either.
It was fun though, for sure. It was definitely a fun hand.
I mean, I think what we saw post-flop just goes to show why the pre-flop stuff matters in those scenarios. And chat, I hope you guys liked that one too, because that was a action unlike you've seen thus far. And the dynamics of this tournament have shifted drastically.
I wonder if, you know, not to get on Luo too much, but pre-flop is calling the worst play? I mean, like, I just feel like it's going to be so hard to navigate out of position against Josh. I obviously love jamming. I think that's preferred. And I mean, I guess if you like want to somehow make some sort of soul read and be like, okay, I'm just going to fold this. I mean, I don't know. I feel like you're just going to get outplayed so often post-flop is like what I'm getting at, you know?
You're absolutely right, man. And you're getting outplayed when your opponent has a 0.5 SPR, has half a stack to pot ratio, you know? They have 4 million, there's 8 million in the pot. Like, those are the situations where you don't want to get outplayed.
And I don't think no one could fault Brian Luo there if he just got his money in. Let's say he runs into, I don't know, kings for Josh. Like, it's just, you're four-handed. I mean,
yeah.
It's like, what? And these,
and they're blasting.
Yeah, these guys are all the most active players at the table by far. So it's like, I mean, can you really fault the guy?
No, that's the thing. If your opponent's never bluffing there, then yeah, you could just argue folding or you could argue calling. But if they have bluffs, like we saw, then obviously you need to have 5-bet all-ins.
So picking up the action here, let's get caught up quickly. Josh raised to 600K. Jess Vierling defended out of the big blind. Josh in a good position with the dominating king. Here comes ace, king, 10. Both players flopping a king.
Yeah, and I was going to say, just on this flop for Jess, it's already troublesome when you're facing a bet because you have a, you know, on ace, king, 10, you have a pair of kings, you have second pair, but you have no backup. You have no flush draw, you have no straight draw. So let's see how this goes. Josh may be going for 2 streets here.
Bet 1.150.
And he is 1.15.
And unless Josh improves with a king or a queen on the river, I doubt we'll see much more money be put into this pot if Jess does call. And this is what I was talking about on the flop, Donnie, is Jess is already in an uncomfortable situation calling the flop, facing more aggression on the turn. You basically have a pure bluff catcher at this point.
Call.
Vierling does make the call here. Another gigantic pot. We just saw a pot of 8.1 million. This pot's getting close to 5 million. 9 of diamonds on the end.
Check.
I don't see how any more money goes in now.
Check.
Check, check. And Josh Reichard's going to win another big one. His jack kicker does play.
I don't want to say he's running away with it.
I mean, I was just going to say, don't look away now because this thing could be over soon with the way that Josh Reichard is just taking this chip lead and is starting to bulldoze the tournament. We came back from break, what, 2 hours ago or so? Josh had fewer than 8 big blinds. He got kings the first hand, got a jam through. Second hand, it was a raise from Lee under the gun with ace-queen. Luo put it in with 2 sevens. Reichard finds 2 10s, gets his money in. The ace-queen's out of the way. The 10s hold. Josh is off and running. And since then, it has been the Josh Reichard show. We saw him get that 4-bet in with the king-jack suited. Obviously, we just saw him win with the king-3 suited, 4-betting pre-flop.
Ace-3, 4-bet all-in jam in the face of a 3-bet. That was really timely.
And I know before you got here, I talked a little bit about Josh, and his VPIP was, as you see, we're going to pause on that for 1 second, because Lee here is effectively putting his money in with ace-6. Vierling's got ace-queen of diamonds, and here we go. Lee is crushed here.
Jess, really good luck. Wakes up with another suited Broadway ace in the small blind here after last time she woke up with one in the big blind.
Open rip to jack 5.
It was still cold.
Oh yeah, I know. It would have been fun.
Real money implications on the line here, right? 20K pay jump?
More, 28.
28,000 pay jump.
King, 7, deuce. No help so far for Lee. All right, he's going to pull the trick out. Backpack off the chair. Stand up. Put that backpack on, sir. Pull it all out. 9 of spades on the turn. Lee's down to 3 outs. 1 card to come. He's got to find a 6 or he's going to be out the door.
Needs the upside down 9.
Deuce on the end is not going to do it. We are going to lose Min Sung Lee in 4th place. He's going to collect $92,000. Jess Vierling is going to pull in those chips. She's in 2nd place with 9.25 million. Josh Reichard's still the chip leader. Brian Luo has fallen to 3rd, but he's still got 6.9 million to work with. Players are guaranteed $120,000 now.
Nice.
And what I was saying about Josh Reichard, as you see the updated payouts on your screen, is that earlier, he had a VPIP, I think, of 4%. Just because he had no chips, he didn't have any hands. The situations didn't call for it. Brian Luo was raising every hand. But, this is the Josh Reichard that you see so often in tournaments, commanding a big stack, and he's not going to hold back. He's going to trust himself. He's going to, 4-bet rip the ace-3 suited. He's going to 4-bet the king-3 suited in a spot that he thinks, he can take advantage of. So I would expect a lot of that now, 3-handed, with where his stack is.
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
Did you show?
I had an ace.
He showed the ace.
Look, yeah, it feels great to be in Josh's shoes right now, but both players working with 22 plus big blinds. Jess with 30 big blinds, so anything can happen.
Oh, hi, you.
Hi. My lady fell off and it's pulling me now.
Josh, where do you live these days?
Janesville.
Janesville.
You live in Madison?
Yeah.
I think we
Or
talked
sorry,
about
no,
it.
I don't currently live in Madison, but I'm from there. Went to high school there.
Oh, okay.
Both players from
I feel like we talked
Wisconsin
about it briefly in
area.
Florida once,
Yeah.
right? So.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if you started out east and moved to Madison or.
Yeah, the way around. Yeah.
I can't reach any further either. short arms.
9-8 suited here for Luo on the button.
Now, we don't talk about this a lot, Donnie, but limping becomes a thing around this stage in a tournament. 22 bigs, you could argue you don't want to play a whole lot of limps, but, you know, these hands could do whatever.
650K is the raise. Josh looks interested here. King Jack O.
Seems suitable. Might entice Jess here, but also these hands, 6-3 suited, they're a little hard to perform here with the real money implication. So I think that's fine fold, actually. I think 6-4 suited, you go, but 6-3 suited could have done whatever.
King 7-4, top pair for Josh Reichard. Luo whiffs. Not even a club out there.
Yeah, this is a whiffer, but you have bottom of range on a dry flop when you know your opponent's probably not going to have ace-king, so you probably just want to start with a bet here and hope that that works, although it won't. But you can check back, of course. You have no club out there. This can be like just one of your give-ups. You're in the face of a chip leader who's very sticky and hard to play against.
He does go check, check. Deuce of diamonds shows up on the turn.
Josh giving him some rope here, Donnie. This is me just saying, look, you can't have much when you check back this flop. Please put some money in.
Another check back from Luo. 10 of spades on the end.
Very savvy here by Brian just to not put money in here. Recognize that the chip leader's range is very strong and he's just not going to battle with 9 high here. So I commend him for this give up, basically. And at this point, if you're Josh, you have to now value bet.
Overbet. 2.25 million. Quick fold with the 9 high, of course. So, seen in the chat from the Racing Gamer, when do they chop the prize pool? Or are they not allowing chops? Completely up to the players. And I would say that out of anyone from this final table to make it to the final 3, these 3 are the 3 that won't chop for sure. I think they're just, they're all successful players. They do have a lot of winning, so I think that they're probably going to play for it all.
5.3, 5.4, 75.
Yeah. Look, when you get deep in a tournament, if you and the other participants want to chop up the money, fine. It's your right, typically. And most poker rooms or poker organizers allow that. Sometimes you have to leave some up top to play for and all that. But
which I think is what they do for these streamed final tables. You have to leave like a small percentage to play for. You can't just like basically chop it and go home. But chops, certainly allowed. Venetian helps facilitate them. So yeah, don't think that because these 3 aren't chopping, if you do come in here, you can't chop because they can. And no one's even brought it up. So,
yeah.
Which tells me that they just don't care to do it.
Yeah, look, there's what, 40K pay jump right now, and then you have like a 60K or 50K pay jump for heads up. So yeah, they're playing for some good money, but look at the stacks. If you were in Josh's spot with half the chips in play, would you want to chop at this point? Probably not. Probably not. You probably want to get heads up, get that extra 50K in your pocket, and then maybe if someone's coming back on you where it's even stacks heads up, then maybe it's like, okay, let's just split the money and play for 10K. But look, if you think you have an edge on your players, then you're never freaking chopping. Right? And I feel like when you think you have an edge, your edge probably just increases the more short-handed you play.
Yeah, I agree.
So if I feel like I'm good 6-handed, my edge is even bigger 5-handed, bigger 4-handed, and depending on how well-versed you are in heads up or 3-handed play, yeah, let's increase those edges. So lots of limping you'll see from the small blind when this situation arises. Your sub 20 chip leader in the big.
Chance he just comes with a jam.
I think this would be a little too loose, but maybe.
800.
800,000.
Raised to 800. Quick fold from Josh Reichard. Jack deuce off, not going to do it.
And I don't mind that raise either. Look, it's going to be hard to get through the chip leader. But yeah, if he's got a bottom 30% hand, then that's good. He's probably just going to muck. But the problem with raising in those spots is when they have any suited hand, when they have any ace, king, whatever, connected hand, you're just going to have to play out of position there with like a 3-to-1 SPR. So it's kind of tough. When you limp, your SPR is basically doubled if they allow you to see a flop. So here, you know, there are some weak offsuit aces that you could just fold, this being one of them, ace deuce off. Like, you, obviously with 20 you can raise this, you can fold it though, is kind of my point. If you just think of all the offsuit combos, Donnie, right? If you're playing every offsuit ace here, that's 12 combos of every offsuit ace. If you're playing all the suited aces, that's 4 combos of every suited ace. So if you just want to exclude some combos from your raising range on the button here, it would be ace deuce off would be the first to go.
Action now on Vierling. Ace 4 off for her.
And these spots are really tricky because in a chippy V format, ace 4 would probably just be all in for 20. But with ICM at play here, let's see how she wants to move forward. I think Josh trying to turn off his microphone while he goes to talk to maybe someone whose rail doesn't want us hearing.
Yeah, there is going to be a break after this hand. About a 14-minute break. And Just Vierling comes with a jam. Quick fold out of Brian Luo. And off to break the players go. It's going to be about 14 minutes, maybe 15 minutes in that realm, so don't go too far.
Like 9 now.
Top up your drinks. Get another snack if you would like. Here we see the current chip counts. Josh Reichard up on top, 16.85 million. Just Vierling in the middle, and then Brian Luo is trailing. We'll be back soon. Catch you guys in a minute.
At that point, if you're still in the Squid Game, you might as well start shoving because you got to win one eventually.
And it's heads up between Boots and Nick right now?
Yeah, I did announce it actually.
Yes, you did. Okay, good. It's
And
a
Nick
courtesy
here trying to
announcement,
get
by the
out
way.
of the
It's not
Squid Game
required
by
for the
making it
viewers to say
5,200
that.
with 6-2 suited.
We do appreciate when they do.
6-3 for Boots gets out of the way.
I'll try and defend you, bro.
JRB comes
I need
along
you
with
to
ace 10.
root for 7 of clubs.
Ooh, got it.
7 of clubs.
Oh, Nick's on a mission for this one.
Ace 10-3. This might be costly if Nick tries to really fight for this one.
Well, I think he's going to. He's got one of those types of boards that, as the person who put in $5,200, is going to want to represent.
Well, maybe the 4 of diamonds would be a nice card.
No problem.
I'll take any diamond.
Instead, we get a deuce, so Nick does pair up. Action goes check. 5 of spades on the river. Let's see if JRB wants to stay tricky here, knowing that Nick wants to win his way out of the Squid Game. But instead, JRB is going to come out swinging. Donnie, would you have liked to see him check here? Say Nick has to bluff if he.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking of. Is that you just can really let Nick hang himself here. I know he did check back on the turn, so maybe that's telling JRB, this guy's slowing down a little bit. But You know, I think you can just really let him bomb the river. Is he going to call?
Oh, wow.
He calls.
Nick Salem with the hero call, and JRB gets a ton of value, and Boots will be happy with this because the Squid Game is still
10
on.
clubs was better than the 7 of clubs. All right, I protected you.
That was a big one for JRB.
He's loosened up a little bit.
28.
And he's going to try and punish here from the straddle. Nick will go see a flop. Rampage gets out of the way. Welcome to Joe Ingram in the chat. Good to have you with us. He says, road to 5K subs is heating up a little closer every day. But we won't be happy with 5K. We want 10K.
When's Joey going to be in the game?
Yeah. Get on the phone with JRB. I heard Joey is now a 2-card specialist.
That's what I mean, right?
He has
can get in there.
He has forsaken his old love.
Yeah. Well, you made a pair now, Nick. I mean,
a pair
can't
is
fold.
a pair is good enough. I'm sort of surprised at Oaken on numerous occasions now, checking flop as the initial raiser and then betting the turn on what has looked like an inconspicuous card.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's... I mean, I think he should just be betting flops like this, right? But I also think that maybe he's thinking, well, in a way, kind of like see where I'm at. Like, I'll just check, and if he checks back, then I have, you know, I can just fire. Oh,
wow.
Snap call.
Oaken bets 17,600, and Nick snaps him off with 8-5.
What the fuck happened in this thing? What the fuck did I just miss?
You see the confidence I called him with?
I never seen you throw one chip.
Look at this. Welcome to the Nick Salem Show, ladies and gentlemen. And Boots here trying to evacuate himself from the Squid Game. Makes it 3,000.
Oh, here comes Nick.
Oh, Nick with the big stack. He's going to make it 10K. Music to the... Oh, and Rampage finds 9s. Sound the alarms. We might have a massive clash on our hands. And all-in announced for 27,800. Action back to Boots. Double check the cards. He's also going to move all in.
I have a player. Yeah, sure.
You're out? Ace-10. What the fuck am I?
Nick Salem out of the way, folding ace-10.
Ace-10.
Rampage will be happy to hear that because it's going to be 9s against ace-king. 66,000 in the middle.
He got me anyways. I couldn't play with move.
I had 10 8 suited though.
Big one here.
I would love.
First board
no matter what.
is for the Squid Game. Here comes the flop. Jack 4-8. You can see the outs on the screen there. 2 aces have already been folded.
First what?
Turn card. Jack of spades.
No hard.
Still looking safe. River's the 5 of diamonds, and Rampage gets the first one, and that means that Boots, again, the loser of the Squid Game.
Hola, Chanchi. Buenas noches. I love you.
9-5, a set for Rampage. Boots looking for runner. It's not there, and Rampage winning 2 showdowns here with pocket 9s, and he's up to 66,000.
This night for Boots has been something.
It's unreal.
It's unbelievable. Currently only 3 winners at the table. Nick Salem, Rampage is slightly up, but up, and JRB. Three ways here. Jack 7-4. Top pair for JRB. Oaken's got a gutter.
JRB is going to raise it up to 8,000. Yep, of course. Ogun's going to come along and make the call. Building a real...
Now we're playing the game,
Man,
boys.
if a 9 comes, oh.
6 of spades on the turn. JRB has to continue firing.
Why did he check?
Yeah, why would you give Brian Ogun a free card who could be in there with just about anything? You got to charge him.
Ogun possibly thinking about betting here with the double gutter, but checks back.
Oh! It
There
does come in.
It is.
And JRB again with the check. Brian Ogun with a well-disguised straight on the river, 20,000 in the middle. I would not be surprised to see a very sizable bet here. Are we going to see the bobblehead?
Overbet maybe?
Yep.
There we go.
27,000 is the bet.
I'm gonna get rid of this ugly shit anyways.
I'll take it.
JRB losing a huge one. 74,000 going to Brian Ogun.
Now they're expert. You
This
got
could
no
be trouble
chance.
right
If you
here. Look,
start to
Nick
deliver your hand,
flats
that
with
shit
the
is gone.
aces.
Oh.
They should.
Oh, baby.
And David Williams makes it 7,000 on the button. Nick Salem is just in full control here. This is a different Nick Salem than we saw 2 weeks ago.
I really wish I had my squid button.
7.
Oh, we went from margarita to wine. White wine.
Maybe he's getting ready for the dinner. You
Maybe
know?
some red
Don't
after
get
dinner.
the squid and tip the dealer 100. This
He
is
must have ordered
amazing.
seafood. Oh, he's going to come back over the top.
Truly incredible. Can't make that up.
21,400.
Not messing around. 21,400.
I'm all in.
Oh! David Williams with the misstep.
Oh my gosh!
He runs into aces. Nick Salem.
Squid button. First board gets it.
Oh my God.
They're in for 100,000 each.
You're going twice.
What happens to
150,000 in the middle.
I like that.
This is the hand of the night.
2 times.
Better call up my backup player.
I'm not flipping over, so I don't care what they say.
They want you to reveal your hand.
I'm not,
Yeah, they
I'm
won't
not
do it.
turning
Go
my
ahead.
hand over. So
Okay, just tell me.
Now he's
They're
protesting.
not rolling the hands
Put it
over.
out.
Go ahead, deal.
let's go.
Oh, man.
All right. Running it
anyways,
twice.
You put it on the camera. Anyways,
First
right?
one
Yeah,
for
yeah,
the
yeah.
Squid Game. Aces versus ace 9. 7-6-3. Runner straight still out there. David Williams in a world of hurt right now.
Williams got in with the 8-4. He's like, I'm not sure.
I don't think yeah. I wish I had 8-4 right now. I have a shot. I could hit a 5.
Oh, yeah, ace queen.
First one's going to go to Nick Salem.
Ace. Yeah. Nice hand.
Second
2
board.
boards, right?
Yeah.
Split it back.
Second board hoping to save David Williams. We have an absolute monster pot on our hands during a round of Squid Game. David Williams thought Nick Salem was messing around, and he got caught
Nick, you can't have liked to
with
see
his
the
hand in the
king run out.
proverbial cookie jar.
I didn't like it?
You can't have liked that. King run out.
Yeah, horrible.
Because I don't want to turn over ace king.
Yeah.
Jack
He
8-8
said
once
he
again
so did. I
looking
mean,
for
he
back
knows.
doors here.
Oh,
And that is it. David Williams
I mean,
tosses
it's
him into the
common,
mug.
so
Yeah, okay.
Nick Salem wins the biggest pot of the night. Absolute monster pot. Okay, here's my thing.
My mom, when she drinks wine, she has ice in it all the time.
I don't mind the idea of having a colder glass of wine. My problem is you got to drink it so fast before the ice melts, or otherwise it's going to water down your wine.
Yeah, no, I would just put like 1 or 2 ice cubes
We
just
can
to
dance, though.
quickly
You
chill
wanna
it down.
All
Probably
right.
also why I like sangria so much.
You do want to do.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Oh baby,
Of course, we
No
still
pair.
get the
No pair.
we got
No
a big
pair.
one here
Ace king.
out of
Oh, you're
nowhere.
good. Yeah, you're very good.
Rips
Oh,
is tired of folding.
Two times.
Yeah, good luck.
King Charles
Thank
gets
you.
him to pull the trigger, making the
I think
call
so,
here
too.
on the
I think
jam.
it's good.
We got a new biggest
I'm
pot,
happy to
60,800.
Get there one
Did they say once or twice?
I think we're going twice.
47 minutes to play his first hand.
Oh,
got
yeah,
it, got,
yeah,
got it in.
Yeah,
got it in with a 3-outer.
10 king. That's a good counter. Yeah. There's a rips roll. He just he couldn't wait no more. You know?
Yeah.
2 times signaled from Charles.
I know.
Rips hoping to get lucky and chop this thing.
There it is.
Oh, jack in the middle. King right behind it.
There it
Came
was.
too quick.
No diamonds alive here.
10?
Maybe
Queen
10 good.
gives us some outs here. River's the 3 of diamonds, and Rips already 1 jack short now.
30 something, I think.
Always feels good to win the first one.
Oh, it really does. Ace 9-4. No help for Rips, who's looking for a jack. River card 7 of spades, and Charles is going to win this thing.
It's 10, 20.
You got my ass.
6.
6,000 Oaken on the button with jack 10 of hearts.
Beautiful hand to squeeze here. You get some raised folds. You get some hands that you're in pretty good shape against to call, and then you also have the range advantage. Here we see the king jack suited just make a cold call out of the blinds. So it's going to have the jack 10 suited dominated, but Oaken will be in position. And Was, the 6-9-0, an infamous hand in poker. Just because of the value of the cards, Remco, nothing else there.
I was trying to think, what am I missing here? Jack 6 deuce, King Charles with a beautiful flop here, top pair, and the spade draw. Wasserson, by the way, and Sebas still in search for a squid button, along with Oaken. And look at this. Oaken just moves all in for 30,000 with Jack 10, and King Charles doesn't hesitate.
I guess I can't call. Maybe about 10. Yeah.
Wasserson obviously gets out of the
that's
way.
not good.
Worst
That
case
is
scenario
not
for
good.
Oaken, and the 2 10s have already been
I
folded.
knew I had the middle part pre-flop.
84,000 in the
JRB
middle.
folded the 10 of clubs, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I didn't even notice that. But wow.
King Charles in a terrific
So
spot.
drawn to a chop, it looks like needs.
Oh, is that
an
king
ace
jack of
and
spades?
a
Yeah.
deuce or a
Oh,
6.
oh
Yeah,
good fold.
he's 2 pair on
20
board.
favorite,
Or
maybe? I don't even know.
More. More. He's got 2 outs, Robert. 80-20.
You got 2 outs?
I mean, this game over for Oaken on this
2
hand.
outs.
These
It
are
could
two,
be.
2 10s only. As long as no spade.
Yeah,
As long as
outs.
no 10 of spade.
Yeah, who's coming ace ace?
Are you okay?
Oh no, even that is no good. What am I talking about?
He's at 80%.
And that's it.
And that's
I
it.
knew I was going
Brian
to
Oaken is going to lose this $84,000 pot, and King Charles
You have more than 30, right?
also winning 3 hands already during the squid game
Alright.
here. That's adding up quickly.
He's cooking.
He is cooking. 15K in the middle. Peter maybe regretting just calling now. 7-7-4 on the flop.
Peter with the best hand still, but can he find a way to get the showdown?
Welcome back, everyone. 3-handed here in the MSPT $1,600, $1.5 million guaranteed at the Venetian Resort, Las Vegas. Josh Reichard has the chip lead, $16.85 million for him. Jess Vierling in second, $9.275 million. Brian Luo in third.
MSPT does their own thing everywhere except Venetian. Venetian has like their set of rules.
Gotcha.
Venetian or MSPT is kind of top heavy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
These final 3 players are guaranteed $120,000. Up top, $213,000.
800,000.
My name is Donnie Peters. I got Tristan Wade alongside of me. If you haven't done so already, hit the like button on the video, people. Let's go. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Venetian Poker Live YouTube channel. Tons of content all summer long, all year long.
Sorry?
8.8.
Wow, Donnie. Big hands here. 3-handed ace queen already all in and jacks now. definitely can't fold this one. Chip leader raising the button. Jess is going to be all in here with hands like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s. Ace, queen, of course. So yeah, Jack's going to go.
There is the call all in from Luo. Reichard out of the way, and we are flipping for it. Ace, queen for Vierling. Luo's got pocket jacks.
There's some dead money in there at least.
Good luck.
I'm determined. I'm determined to tell you.
So rude, not saying it back after I told you good luck.
Are rude.
I know.
What can I say?
I don't ever say good luck to people when
She doesn't mean it, Donnie, so she's not going to tell him.
All Wisconsin heads up.
Alright.
Nothing personal, but.
All right.
Now I gotta win. My friend is here.
Oh, that's not.
Queen, Jack, 7.
Yeah. Okay.
Really hard for ace, queen to win this one after this flop. But king and a 10.
3 of spades on the turn's not going to do it. So we get a double up there from Brian Luo. Straight after break.
5.05.
Another queen on the end just for the heck of it.
Nothing.
I was like, wait a second.
Don't get
She's
scared.
dead, right?
You already won. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I was like,
It's
like queen, wait a second.
Pretty little queen.
Oh my goodness.
Two, four, and then 5, 6.
Nope.
Nope, 5 million and 50.
Yeah, 5 million and 50. Then.
Yep.
Okay.
Count those two too.
Yeah, I will. Let's go with them. So, 2, 4.
So these two essentially flipping stacks, Vierling and Luo. So now Luo's got 11.3 million, Vierling down to 4.2 million. Big blind is 400K, so Vierling's got 10.5 big blinds to work with now.
5 million, 50.
Yeah, the blinds are up there. 400K, big level here.
Yeah, there's only 78 big blinds in play total, so
What you have?
expect the chips to fly.
Irrelevant.
because of what you said.
No, I was.
Should we end it?
Yeah.
Would you have one? No. He has both. Yeah, no.
You both made very strong hands.
That's true. What do I? All right. Whew. I fold.
10 points.
All I know is the jack hit.
Like 11, just over 11.
So again, 2 versus 1 dynamics here. Limping is probably the most effective strategy.
You're like 4.2.
Yep.
You want to keep pots small. You don't want to play big pots out of position.
There's the call.
Now some chip leaders will be more aggressive than most, but we see even the 9-7 suited check and want to see a flop.
And even a limped bot, 1.2 million out there. that's how big the blinds are now. 10, 10, 3, 2 diamonds, 1 heart.
And it should be noted that you start this tournament with 30,000 chips.
Yep.
So that is what, 40 bodies right there in the pot, 40 dead entries.
It's crazy.
Of people who played this tournament came and went, just in 3 big blinds now in a limped pot.
Luo's gonna check.
King high, kind of natural check here. And then 9 high with some backdoors. This is probably a hand you want to start bluffing with because you can barrel multiple streets
550.
possibly. And if it gets to showdown, you're probably not going to win with 9-7 high. And king high should be calling this bet.
Well, king high does not call that bet. Into the muck it goes. So more for the chip leader, Josh Reichard.
And the reason why I say king high should be calling this bet is, yeah, maybe your opponent has some ace highs that check back, but unlikely. And they can just bet at free will with their whole range there of nothing hands. And so if you're not at least calling with some of your king highs and ace highs there, you're folding way too much.
Vierling gets a walk there. Couple of sevens here for our chip leader.
Coming back for my chips. Not with that.
Ace 6 in the big blind for Luo.
Again, chip EV, you maybe do some, but at 25 bigs, you can call and see a flop here. You could 3-bet bluff, non-all-in as well with these stack depths. But remember, Jess has 11 bigs now, so you probably want to play a bit more passively. But we also know Josh is just raising the button. He just admitted to having 8-6 offsuit. So, yeah, maybe we see Luo do something more aggressive.
All in.
And he jams.
Wow.
And Josh quickly calls him off. Look at this. Out of nowhere, there's 21.6 million in the middle.
Biggest pot of the final table so far. This is for all the chips. And Brian already immediately regretting his decision, it looks like. We're off to the races.
A race that is very much favoring Josh Reichard right now, 71%.
Can you wish me a good luck?
Nice to see Brian jovial still.
You're the perfect person to ask.
8-4-3 with a couple of hearts. The sevens are holding so far for Josh Reichard. If he wins this one, he's going to have a dominating chip lead. 4 on the turn, pairs the board. Brian Luo is going to need an ace on the end. Queen of Spades is not going to do it, and we are going to lose Brian Luo in third place. $120,597 for him.
Okay.
I'm tripping over my own words.
Well, you're already 2, so I just need to move to 6.
Wow, Donnie, that's huge. And look at this chip lead Josh has. It's incredible.
Pause the clock. Okay, and we're going to set up in 2 and 6.
Okay. Can we take like, hey Matt, are you okay to take like this one?
So here you see the chip counts as they will start heads up play. A commanding chip lead for Josh Reichard, 27.3 million. Jess Vierling's got a lot of work to do, but not out of it yet. 11 big blinds to work with, 4.225 million for her. Short break here, about 8 or 9 minutes or so to set up heads up play, and then we'll be right back.
6.
Race is 6,000.
6,000. Open on the button with Jack 10 of hearts.
Beautiful hand to squeeze here. You get some raised folds. You get some hands that you're in pretty good shape against to call, and then you also have the range advantage. Here we see the King Jack suited just make a cold call out of the blinds. So it's going to have the Jack 10 suited dominated, but Oaken will be in position. And Was, the 6-9-0, an infamous hand in poker. Just because of the value of the cards, Remco, nothing else there.
I was trying to think, what am I missing here? Jack 6 deuce, King Charles with a beautiful flop here, top pair, and the spade draw. Wasserson, by the way, and Sebas still in search for a squid button, along with Oaken.
All in.
And look at this. Oaken just moves all in for 30,000 with Jack 10, and King Charles doesn't hesitate.
I guess I can't call. Maybe about 10. Yeah.
Wasserson obviously gets out of the
that's
way.
not good.
Worst
That
case
is
scenario
not
for
good.
Oaken, and the 2 10s have already been
I
folded.
knew I had the middle part free flop.
84,000 in the
JRB
middle.
folded the 10 of clubs, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I didn't even notice that. But wow.
King Charles in a terrific
So
spot.
drawn to a chop, it looks like he needs.
Oh, is that King Jack of
and
spades?
a deuce or a six.
Oh,
Yeah,
good. Oh,
he's 2 pair on board. Or
I don't even know.
more. More. He's got 2 outs, Robert. 80-20.
You got 2 outs?
I mean, this game over for Oaken on
2
this
outs,
hand.
it could be.
2 tens only. As long as no spade.
Yeah,
As long as
outs.
no 10 of spade.
Yeah, that's
He's coming ace-ace.
Are you okay?
Oh no, even that is no good. What am I talking about?
He's at 80%.
And that's it.
And that's it.
I knew I was going
Brian
to
Oaken is going to lose this $84,000 pot. And King Charles
You have more than 30, right?
also winning 3 hands already during the Squid Game
All right.
here. That's adding up quickly.
He's cooking.
He is cooking. 15K in the middle. Peter maybe regretting just calling now. 7-7-4 on the flop.
Peter with the best hand still, but can he find a way to get the showdown and actually win this, or is someone going to be betting and bluffing? Sabas with the betting lead kind of has an awful flop for his hand. No backdoors. Against 4 players, he's still going to find a continuation bet.
Well, at least Peter is not giving up right away, which is good to see.
Yeah, good point, Remco. If you are going to slow play ace-king and you get these kind of flops, you still have that equity of maybe having the best hand and the possibility of turning an ace or a king still to make the best hand.
Yeah, you know what the sick thing is that the way this hand plays, Sabas is the most likely player to have an ace, so he might try and represent that right now, which could, of course, lead to this pot bloating up even further.
Absolutely. That's exactly it. He's the most likely one to have an ace-king, ace-queen, pocket aces, and he has nothing. He has dust, queen high, so obviously he has to bluff this turn card. And Peter, slow playing ace-king is going to work out maybe for the max here if he can find... Now, the problem here is Sebastian's bet big, right, 11K. Now, whatever, it's not a big bet. It's about a half-pot bet. But when you get called here, the gig is up. Like, your opponent has something strong, either a slow-played 7 or an ace. So he probably could give up his queen high, but I don't know, will he? Because when you get to the river and you can't win,
right,
the best bet is usually to go all in.
That's the hardest thing in poker.
To
It's
give
ju-
up.
It's just
Yeah.
surrender.
Yeah.
Wave the white flag.
But he might find it here, like I said, because when you bet 11K and you get called on this texture, your opponent's going to have something.
And he moves all in. The snap call from Peter. And look at this. Peter plays it unconventionally, hits an ace on the turn, and wins a pot worth $93,000. 5-4-7, 2 diamonds. My eyes quickly dancing across these cards. Seb with the overpair of jacks. Brittany with 8s is going to bet 2,000. JRB comes along, calling with the queen 5. And now Seb
Who's winning the
makes the
Lakers game,
call.
Barry? Can you see?
Now, passive play could really
Who's
lead you
winning
down
the
some
Lakers here?
dangerous streets here.
Yeah, but in these bomb pots, you
Lakers?
got to
I
play
don't know.
passive in these spots because it's just really hard to navigate. And as we see, look at these runouts. Brittany with top set. Peter now makes a straight. He's going to bet it. Brittany snap calls, but she's got to know, look, I need the board to pair ASAP. And Sabas with a quick fold to jacks, which is good.
6啊，还没什么牌。
Oh my God. Brittany with quad 8s.
Wow.
靠不靠？
好呀，这个你看你
How did that happen all of a sudden?
And she gets snap called when he goes
你看
all
我
in.
撕掉了。
Unbelievable.
Jack high, some queen 10 flop or whatever. You maybe get it all. So that's kind of my argument there. And here we got some big hands again. Peter not going to go anywhere with 9s. This could just get him pre.
I mean,
but
the pace of play is just mind-blowing.
yeah, we can't even commentate as fast
We
as
can't
it's
even
going.
finish talking about the previous hands, and there's already 50K back in the middle here. Queen, queen 10. Wasp quickly continues for 12,000.
很冷吗？
I don't know how Peter's going to fold a pair, but he could. Okay, he doesn't. And Wass, you know, just with one of these bluffing candidates that has equity, he gets there.
Ace on the turn.
Now, I think you want to start checking here at some clip because you have Queen X in your range, you have pocket aces, you have pocket tens, you know, you have King Jack in your range here too. So I think you want to check maybe, I don't know, and just let some weaker holdings continue.
Is it also a case of either far behind or far in front? Because there are still some queens in Peter's range, even though it's not super likely. But at the same time, when you do hit your ace, it is going to be even more unlikely that Peter has something that he can give you a lot of value with.
Yep, you're spot on there, Remco. You're really hoping to get value from ace jack here, like a suited ace, like an ace x of spades that floated. Maybe a jack 10, king 10 type hand.
Peter has been playing extremely loose and aggressive. He is just not in the mood to fold.
But Was might be targeting hands like ace 10, right? Ace jack typically, and like I said, just some suited ace x, but he might not want, you know, Peter's just tormented here, and I just don't know if Was has that many bluffs when you get this kind of run out. So I think Peter could comfortably make a fold here, but it hurts.
This does not look like the kind of man who wants to fold. I think he's trying to give himself reasons to call here, even though he probably knows that he's better off folding. We've all been there.
Yeah, look, Was has been mixing up. He's been splashing around. He's been playing a lot of pots, so...
Oh,
look
man.
at the face of determination
You
on
can feel
Peter.
it. You can just feel it.
There's just no pathway here to victory. This could be the best Hollywooding ever, but Was is not
we
gonna
know
go
this
anywhere.
is genuine. Peter is genuinely thinking about proceeding in the hand. Wasserson has shown a variety of bluffs. It's probably going through his mind. And he moves
Sometimes
all
I translate
in.
the change, but this time I'll translate the body language. This is free roll from Charles.
Wasserson with the great turn bet. It induces action from two nines for only 40K. I mean, jeez, crazy.
142 in the middle.
And running it twice with 95% equity for 143K pot, Remco.
Peter chasing some losses. Didn't want to believe that Wasserson had it. First one goes to Wasserson. Just one out for Peter here, the 9 of clubs. 5 of hearts on the second board, and Wasserson is going to scoop an absolutely enormous pot here.
You just got to take the lumps.
All right, so Peter reloaded. He's got 119,000. And Charles makes it 4K with ace queen of spades.
Peter is not playing anymore. Remco.
No, Peter is literally here to try and destroy some people. He makes it 20K. Oh, and JRB comes along as well. We got 61,000 in the middle.
We haven't even seen a flop yet.
Three-way action. This is insane. 7-7-4.
Peter with the best of it with a great flop. And what is he going to do? How big?
I mean, judging by how Peter has been playing the last 30 minutes, he might just jam here.
It's not that bad of a play if he did. But instead, we're going to check it over to JRB, who checks. Okay, cunning check there. And now, Peter, please bet your hand, because this is the only way you're getting action.
JRB now open-ended, and Peter betting 20,000.
King Charles stuck in the middle with ace-queen high, but pretty easy release here. And JRB going to be the one with the decision. Is he going to jam? You know, just take his equity. He doesn't think Peter maybe has pairs, and he's up and down. Or is he going to call and try to see a river first? But I think JRB has an easy all-in, more or less. I mean, Peter has some probably just whiffs here, and JRB has enough equity where his sixes are probably good, or he can improve. But
wow, Charles calls with ace
Crazy.
queen high. JRB instant all in for 42,900, and now the action back on Peter.
I mean, crazy. I mean, yeah. If Charles wasn't in the middle, Peter, you know, flicks this in easy. Peter now might be considering, do I just want to jam myself?
Peter makes the call, And now we're back on Charles, who could be drawing dead. You know, if you're thinking about the kind of hands that are out there right now, Charles is going to make the call. And JRB, with a straight draw and his pair of sixes, $189,000 in the middle.
I mean, JRB's uncomfortable. He needs to
Wait till
improve.
you see what he has before you decide that.
Peter
4 on the river. Peter with
gonna
his pair of
scoop
eights,
this.
and it goes check, check.
Welcome back, everyone. We are set up and ready to go. Heads up play between Josh Reichard and Jess Vierling. A big old chip lead, about 6-1, more than 6-1 for Josh Reichard. He's got
I work out
more than
hard.
27 million.
Hard.
Jess Vierling's got an uphill battle with 4.2 million. Look, that
What?
that is something out of the
is that?
medieval
Probably
ages.
What the heck is that? That is the craziest trophy I've ever seen. It looks like a satellite dish. And right off the jump, we got what likely will be an all-in.
All in.
And there is the jam from Reichard.
All right, now notice Jess's strategy. For all of my poker enthusiasts in the chat, there's not much we can talk about, right? Jess only has 10 big blinds, but what adjustments can she make with 10 big blinds? She can limp her button, and with that, she gets some playability post-flop
I was
to play in position.
already
But
thinking that I get third, so it was like free rolling.
Yeah, after you lost that flip. Happy just to be heads up.
but
right?
this money we'll be
Yeah,
getting in
yeah.
very
I
frequently.
hope this takes a little
Josh
bit,
will
though.
just
I
be
like
jamming a lot
usually
of
like
ace
heads
X and king X high hands on the button for sub 10 bigs.
All in.
And there's the jam.
And Jess will be hoping to pick up some hands herself. As she just commented, she's happy to get second. So, yeah, look, man. Look, if you get second in a tournament, Donnie, let me tell you, buddy, that is fucking unreal. Like, sorry, I'm dropping F-bombs again. But it's not easy. You know, over 1,000 players came to Venetian to play this tournament. 3 days of flights. These players have played 3 days of poker. And now you're in the final two. Like, congratulations to both of these players. This is like quite the accomplishment already in itself.
100% all in.
Guaranteed $159,000, playing for
Definitely not.
almost $213,000 up top.
Then I definitely should have called.
Yeah, no, I got dealt the best hand, both the first two hands.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, the best hand between
The
the,
best
two of
hand
us.
that
Yeah.
yeah. I'm like, aces? No, never.
Oh, I took that back. Sorry.
I mean, Queen 5 here is good enough.
Yep, she's all in. Josh not going to call the 6-5. Oh, you know, all the different pump fakes.
Look, when you're the chip leader with 30 million, your opponent's got 4 million, Donnie, you're pretty freaking happy.
Just so
You're
you know.
jovial. You can joke around. You know, if we see Jess double up a couple times, we won't see any of those theatrics. But man, how many beers do you think you could drink out of that trophy? Because that's got to hold almost a keg.
I mean, that trophy is serious business.
Yeah.
Like, in some states, you might need to register that thing as a weapon.
Yeah, you can't get that on a plane. That is crazy.
All in.
Jack 4 suited, all in.
No.
So far we've seen 3 jams from Josh, 1 jam from Jessica, but nothing has gone post-flop
I
here.
bet you got dealt the best hand in this case.
Yeah. You probably did the
I mean,
third
maybe
hand.
not. You could have like 6-5 suited.
I had 6-5 the hand you jammed, not suited.
Got the winged lion as well. He's taking all the trophies home.
What do we think about the new trophy? Because, right, they went away from the golden lion statue, and now we have like this
I mean,
replica of it.
I like the other one better. But,
Yeah, okay.
But, you know, it's...
I gotta
still-
ask. We're in the
No,
booth. I gotta
get it.
ask. So we see even Jack Deuce offsuit good enough to jam there, and I do like that. You know, even just a high card in your hand is worthwhile when there's a million out there to win. Here we go again, the new updated Venetian trophy.
You
right
also
there.
get the card protector.
Nice, yeah.
Deep Stack Championship Poker Series. You get it all.
You get it all.
You're gonna need 7 bags, plus you got to carry home $213,000. So good luck. You should put the cash in the top of the MSPT trophy. Like that's how you got to do it, right?
It's big enough to fit it. Okay, surely this just folds, right? Okay, good. Yeah, Donnie, we are trophy hunting around here. Both of these players with the opportunity, it's right in their grasp. But this is trophy hunting season for us out here at the Venetian and in Vegas this summer. We all want to be in a position that these two players find themselves in, playing for a title and all the money up for grabs, man.
Yeah, no deal that we've heard of as Jess Vierling jams here with ace-7. Josh not going to look her up with jack-7. Playing for, what's this, $52,000, $53,000 difference in prize money, so a nice chunk of change. Heads up here, it does remain Josh Reichard as the big chip leader. It's funny when you get to this point in the tournament because if you ask any poker player, start of a tournament, you're going to get second place. Like, I'll take it. Where do I sign for the check? Right?
Yeah.
Then if you ultimately get to second or get to the top 2 and bust in second, you're like, it was right there. It was, and you're like upset. Yet you would be so happy. Even if I was like, hey, Tristan, you play this tournament, you're going to get to the final table. Would you sign right now? You'd be like, where's the paper?
Yeah.
Give me the pen. I'll sign it in my blood. Let's go.
Very bittersweet when you get second in a tournament, when you get so close, but that also goes with the mindset you need to play these tournaments. As we see Josh try to trap an ace-9 offsuit here on the button. Kind of a hand clash you don't really want to trap, but it's strong enough to do so.
King 7-4 with a couple of hearts here. Jess Vierling did not take any bait pre-flop. She just checked her option. She also checks here. Josh checks back with the ace high.
He does have the ace of hearts working for him too. Now just picking up this gut shot straight draw with only queen high. You would see some bluffing here typically, but with such a shallow stack, we'll see how she navigates. Maybe deems her queen high valuable enough to try to get to showdown. No bluffing with my 8x. And boomska, we make a pair. Likely to be good.
Comes with 400. That's the minimum.
And that's a 1.2 million chip swing there, which is pretty timely given that's a fourth of Jess's stack. Right? Josh just jams there. He wins that. But instead he traps and loses. Let's just realize all her equity there with queen 8, make the best hand on the river.
It was a good fold.
Yeah?
Yeah.
For you and for me.
We see Josh just getting nailed with the card distribution here. 6 hands so far of heads up. He's had an ace in 3 of them. Man, I'm trying to take home some trophies like that, Donnie. I really am, bro. Really am.
Well, you could start today. The $1,100 MSPT tournament.
Will there be a trophy that big for the 1,100 too?
I mean, listen, this tournament here that these guys are playing heads up in as we see Josh Reichard jam in. So let's see what Jess finds. 9-7 suited. Probably going to spark some thought. What I was going to say is that this one's a $1,600 buy-in, so maybe a slightly smaller trophy for the $1,100 buy-in, but it's probably the same, to be honest.
If it's the same, I'm jumping in today. If it's not the same, I'm going to wait till flight B or C tomorrow or the next day. I'll try to find an MSPT representative out there and ask them about it. Maybe I'll look for my future trophy out there to see if it exists in the room. But Donnie, you're right. This 9-7 suited sparking thoughts here. I think if it was a pip or two higher, we'd include it in the calling range. 10-9 suited, even 8-9 suited could consider calling on all in for 10 bigs.
And that's how close these spots are. And I know Jess is a studied player, you know. Just the fact that this is a one gapper instead of being connected makes a lot of difference. You know, you might not think it, but.
I mean, look at the equities here. 47-52. Like, if your opponent's just jamming ace highs, king highs, whatever, like,
What'd you have?
it's close.
9-7 suited.
Yeah. I think you fold.
As both of these players discuss the strategy. Yeah, that's what we're supposed to do. We're pros. We're supposed to follow the rules.
Suited.
There he goes. Exactly what we're talking about. And again, these are just computer sims that we're referencing mostly if you're studied.
Right.
You know. And now ICM out the window, Donnie, right? We talked about ICM before when there's pay jumps and players. Now it's all out the window because there's 2 left. So we've guaranteed our money. And look, Josh just still picking up monster hands here. Whatever he wants to do with this. Chipping Jess away.
I'm getting dealt way better hands than you. Even the one post flop that you won. I had a good hand in that hand as well.
I figured. I had a feeling.
Yeah.
So we see Jess. She likes traveling, reading, trying new restaurants, gaming. That's awesome. I wonder what game she likes.
All in.
Josh here, another all in.
Call.
And this is going to be a confrontation.
All in call.
Vierling quickly calls Queen Jack for her.
King
she
9.
is behind the King 9
Queen
for
Jack.
Josh Reichard, but
Queen
this is
9.
essentially a
We just
flip
need
here.
we just need a king.
Josh says if he wins, he's off to Bora Bora, and he doesn't need first place money to make it there, so
Sorry about that. Yeah.
I don't think he's off to Bora Bora.
not right away, right? Gotta
Yeah,
finish the summer.
Yeah, of course.
But here, primed to win a big title over 200K and continue to cement his legacy in MSPT history.
That's it.
King
Nice
8-3. Look at Jess knows what she's
Come on,
doing.
Jess, it's never over until it's over.
I guess I need your 9 now.
Yeah.
And then a 10.
There's a lot of really bad turn cards here.
There are some, but
There's some. He's got the
I feel
heart.
like you can get a sweat at least. So.
7 of hearts on the turn. That's going to do it. Jess Vierling eliminated in second place, $159,480 for her. And Josh Reichard is the champion.
Congratulations, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Getting congratulated by all his fans outside the room. Maybe we can get a pan to that or what. We'll see. Bonnie?
You got here just in
$212,939 for Josh Reichard, now a 2-time MSPT champion. Took down this field, 1,051 entries.
Unreal. And you said he's in the MSPT Hall of Fame,
I
right?
believe
So that's
so,
just
yes.
for the performances of consistently making final tables and stuff like that? Because this is his second MSPT win, you said?
Yep.
Okay, awesome.
He's an absolute crusher when it comes to these big field, no limit hold'em tournaments. And there's another one starting right away, $1,100 buy-in MSPT here at Venetian. Kicks off today with day 1A, 3 starting flights, $1 million guarantee on the prize pool. If you're in the area, come on down and play that one. The final table will be live streamed on Thursday. Coming up on Wednesday, we have Brian Oken and Jean-Robert Ballon's 100-200 cash game. So plenty to be had here from Venetian all summer long. Subscribe to the channel, Venetian Poker Live on YouTube, so you don't miss a thing. For Tristan Wade, my name is Donnie Peters. We appreciate you guys for tuning in.
The champ just ran off.
The
There he is. He's
Look
back.
at him. Look at him.
Rubbing his belly. That's got to feel good. Can you pick this
Look,
up?
It's heavy for sure. Look at it. Look at him. There you go. Hold it high,
Sick.
buddy. All right, for Tristan Wade, my name is Donnie Peters. We appreciate you guys tuning in to Venetian Poker Live, and we will see you in a couple days.